Okay, calling to order the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Education. We're going to hear from Department of Education, Charter Schools, Libraries, School Facilities Authority, Executive Office on Early Learning, and the Department of Education regarding their supplemental budget requests. So we'll begin with Charter Schools. Good morning.
Good morning. Aloha, Chair De La Cruz, Vice Chair Kidani, and members of the committee. My name is PJ Four. I am the interim executive director for the Hawaii State Public Charter School Commission. I'm joined by Kathy Ikeda, our commission chair, and Danny Gonzalez, our finance operations director, and Deanne Goya is also here, early learning. You have our submitted testimony in front of you, and I'm not going to belabor too much. We have EDN 600 and EDN 612. As far as current proposed executive budget and what appropriations are, you've already seen the appropriation for our new charter school, Kalihi Academy, which opens this coming year.
And remember, so real quick, it's page 12 for us. It's table 6.
Apologies. Thank you.
So he's just going to go over his budget requests.
And so there's $1 million there for the new charter school, Kalihi Academy, which opens in Kalihi. This coming has been approved for.
That's the third item. Yeah.
Pardon?
Okay. On
Okay.
table 6. Table 6. You have table 6 that you provided
Okay,
us.
thank you, Chair. Yep, I'll take it from here. So first item we have as priority is roughly about $1.6 million. This is for the salary increases for HGEA, vice principals, and educational assistants. For the committee's knowledge, this item was put in by Budget and Finance. This initial estimate of $1.6 million is based on information that they received from the charter schools via the Charter School Commission. We'll be working with Budget and Finance as well as the charter schools to make sure that this estimated amount meets the required funding needed to fund these raises. And to clarify, with this item, it does look like it goes back to FY 23-24. Item number 2, in terms of our budget additions, we're asking for $550,000 in additional funding to cover teacher differential costs. In the biennium budget, $2 million was appropriated already by the legislature to cover those costs. That $2 million was an estimate. So after getting the information from charter schools to determine what teachers were eligible and to specify for the committee the teacher differential costs that are covered in the $2 million already appropriated and the $550,000 that in additional funding that we're asking for would cover Hawaiian immigrant teachers and the hard to staff teachers. It's specific to those two groups. Item number 3 is interim director Four has already mentioned our cost for a new charter school that will be opening next school year, Kalihi Academy, which will be located in Kalihi. And the last item is another item that was placed in by Budget and Finance. They call it the per pupil adjustment placeholder. Again, these are based on the budget changes that occurred to EDN 100, 200, 300, and 400. The charter school per pupil amount is determined by a formula based on the funding that goes into those primary program areas of the department. So based on the calculations already that Budget and Department has worked out for the executive budget request for the department, this placeholder of about almost $12.5 million is based again on the department's budget. So this would be subject to change as the department's budget goes through the legislative process.
Okay, I just have a question on the first item. So normally when there's a collective bargaining agreement, there's a bill with money in the bill. So how is this different?
Again, this was an item that the commission as well as charter schools did not request, but put in by Budget and Finance during the budget process. So we'll
Okay, we can follow up BNF then.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Sure.
and then like you said, the last item is just a placeholder. So as the budgets change for DOE, then this number is going to change. And then if you guys can resubmit table 21 and include the positions where the salary is higher than the budgeted amount.
Well, okay, we will. There's so much. Thank you.
Questions? Or charter schools?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead. I see.
How does the 14% achieve when compared to early numbers with a charter school? 14% compared to the early numbers.
So Senator, what?
Page 21 and 97, you guys talked about the percentage
Page 21.
of charter schools, comments overall 40% charter schools met the proficient average of math, language, and arts and science on page 2 of the charter school testimony. Charter school testimony, 4% more projects of DOE, questioning that the emergency appropriations was 6.6 million. So how does this 14% achieve compared to the earlier numbers?
How are our schools performing compared to the DOE schools?
The numbers that you guys gave in.
Correct. We have a number of schools. Our academic performance for our schools does follow a pretty good bell curve. There are some schools performing high. You see that 14% there. We have another set of schools that are more in the middle that are close to the DOE, and we have another set of schools that are performing below that bell curve. So it's a varied performance. 14% is the higher end of the bell curve. We have a number of schools, obviously below 14, so that would be probably around 67, 76 by math, or 86, excuse me, my math is correct. Below the top, that's the top percent. So our academic performance follows that bell curve pretty good.
It's different though, right? Because when we went to Kauai.
Yeah.
And you had students writing books annually,
Correct.
but then their scores in other areas were a little lower.
Correct.
So they're excelling really high in certain areas, and in other areas, they probably need to get some support.
So where that's based on, again, is the Strive High assessment, right? And so charter schools do have this part around wanting to perform outside of just the Strive High, other measures. So what we have done as commission is incorporate the opportunity for schools to have their mission aligned initiative, which is work they're doing around their mission, and specific other measures on how they're tracking student performance. That's only been in 4.0. So we have 13 schools coming up in the next 2 years where we'll be monitoring that data. Commissioners receive that data twice a year. And then we have another 23 schools that were just approved last year. So they'll in the first year of contract 4.0. So we're trying to look at other measures than just Strive High, because there does need to be accountability around academic performance, and that's what the commission is trying to do.
But there still needs to be a minimum in some of the other areas, so they have to at least reach the minimum,
Right.
even though they're excelling
Got to set
really
what that
high
bar
in
is.
other areas. Yeah.
Agreed.
And Senator Favela, I can, the comparative data that you're looking at, that's for previous years, right? We do have that information covered in our annual report where it is specifically, we'll follow up with you, make sure you get that information and be available, to discuss that with you.
Yeah, I think what he really wants is to just make sure when they graduate, they're competitive in the workforce and in life.
Definitely.
I just wanted to see the 14% represents the improvement of over last year's numbers. So I know you guys probably don't have some of the numbers this year. The only reason why is exactly what Senator De La Cruz said. We went to one of the charter schools and it was just brilliant. I mean, I fell in love with the part that they was writing, making books and
In 2 languages.
yeah, and speaking 2 languages. That was very impressive. So I just wanted to make sure that we, not excel in one area and then we're lacking on another area. Try to be more well-rounded for these kids.
Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Richards.
Yeah, thank you. Echoing what Senator Favela was talking about, have you seen the report from the Big Island concerning the write-up of the schools and the performance overall? Because my concern is exactly what Senator Dela Cruz is talking about. Are we graduating students that are going to be competitive into going into the world? And I appreciate the fact that it's approaching a different style. But by the same token, the data I read was very concerning to me. And I want to be sure that we're, are we following up with these students? We've graduated them. Is there any post-graduation follow-up to see what they're doing 3 to 5 years out? And if they're competitive? Because again, everything that we do in this building is for that generation, all the policy that we pass, et cetera. And I want to be sure that we're doing the best we can, whether it's the traditional schooling, the charter school, whatever. But if we're not doing that, then we got to make a shift. And I'd like to get together with you and discuss this.
Sure,
All right.
sir, we can do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Kidani.
On your table 11, you don't have expected fill dates for these positions. Why is that?
Table.
I mean, page 11.
Oh, it's page 11 and 12.
We don't have expected bill dates.
Correct.
So the commission has been in process of identifying a permanent executive director. So what we've been doing in the meantime is holding and doing the work until we can get someone in and make sure we then allow them to enact their vision on where they would like to see the commission from a staffing perspective. We may be able to
What's your timeline?
Yeah, where are you in the
We're
process?
announcing on January 25th.
Can you state your name again?
Sorry, Kathy Keta, Commission Chair. We are announcing our new executive director on January 25th.
Oh, you already went through the process.
The
Okay.
process is
We-
done. We've offered the position, the candidate has accepted, and we're working with the transition between jobs. So January 25th, it'll go out to everyone.
So one of the initial priorities would be to make sure we look at current staffing, what our needs are, and make sure we get those positions.
How long was that vacant before you started to?
Since 2020?
Oh, wow.
This was for which position?
The ED.
Executive director.
We've had people in the interim position,
Yeah.
but not a full-time permanent.
I see.
So the interim position was filled actually from the start, roughly around the start of COVID.
Correct.
So we had someone in there, just commission went through, and as Cherokee said, actual executive search for our permanent director.
Okay. What
So
about the
we'll-
others?
yeah, we'll
The
look
other
at them.
two.
The other positions.
Pardon?
The other two, please.
Yeah, so once we have this director in place, we'll have the job, we have the
okay.
job descriptions ready to
You're
go.
gonna allow the director to hire the rest.
Right, and take a look
I see.
at what our current staffing is and make sure we have people in the right positions. And then if we need to readjust, then we readjust to make sure we're
Mhm.
appropriate.
Senator Kim.
Questions on your telework? Table 22. So is the new director going to be the one to determine your telework policy, or is that already in place?
We have put one in place. The new director will certainly reevaluate it, but we have put one in place. And so we do.
Based
work-
on what though? The DHERD policy, or you just developed one on your own?
We use the DHERD policy, but we also we developed it based on the needs of the commission and being able to go visit the 37 schools and do our work that encompasses both face-to-face and in-office work. We have recently.
So is it still within the guidelines of the DHERD policy?
Yes,
So broad, it should be.
Yeah, yeah,
yes. We don't want to go.
yeah.
So on your table, you put choose hybrid option. To what? They get to choose, or is it based on their work, or?
Yeah, I'm confused.
We work with our staff, so they do have some choice in the matter, yes. However, when we do have required in-person meetings, everyone comes to the in-person meetings. And we have currently, we schedule those quarterly right now that are required in-person meetings. That may change. We have brought teams back into the office more frequently than they were in the past couple of years. So most of our staff is in office anywhere from 2 to 3 days a week. Danny and I are in the office every day. And we make sure that other staff get in when they need to get work done in the office, then they come in if it's a meeting. But if staff need to go visit schools, we don't make them come into the office and then go out for school visits. We have set up our team to make sure that they have the required tools to complete their work at home. And we have continued to meet all of our timelines around contracts, renewal, gathering data, et cetera. So we monitor that as well to make sure the work is getting done.
How often do you evaluate them?
Right now, it is once a year.
No, how often do you evaluate that they're doing their work, telework?
Yeah, once a year.
We know that's a personnel review.
Okay.
We evaluate it all. It's ongoing. Like
Like weekly?
we have an elevate.
monthly?
We have a computer program that shows who's online and who's available. If anyone, the staff understands that when they need to be available, they're available and they're all
But
available.
that's not the question. The question is, how often do you evaluate? How do you make sure that
I
when they're
monitor.
available, they're available? How do you know they're not, you know,
We have their
doing
calendars.
adult-
We
adult care or babysitting or shopping? How do you know that?
I guess like
I can share for my team, we have constant checkups. We have at least a weekly meeting where we're able to go through sort of what's on tap for the week. This is a fiscal team meeting, so we'll know if there are any large payments, any funding that's coming out for charter schools that we have to work on. And as executive director Forrest shared, with the Elevate app, we're able to conduct meetings, send instant messaging at any time. So along with my team, and I'm sure other teams are like this, we're in constant communications throughout the day in terms of
Is there a
making.
paper trail
yes.
as far as to assure that the telework is working and so forth?
We have an ongoing running agenda with our staff meetings that we have weekly. A couple of teams, I believe, have daily check-ins with their staff. Most of the teams,
That's not the question. Question is, do you evaluate?
that's how we're monitoring their work getting done. So I mean, when you, yeah, I guess,
Aren't you required by the telework that you're supposed to have these periodic checks, sit down individual kind of checks or?
I'm not aware of that. I guess, Senator, when you, yes, you asked the word no. Do I know all the time? No, I can't say I know. However, I can tell you that anytime I have reached out or anyone in our office reaches out and needs information, our staff get back. They are always there. And if we need them, they're available. So we constantly check in with them.
How about public? Do you have any complaints? Because I know we get calls, not necessarily in charter schools, but we get calls a lot of time, people not answering the phone, they can't get hold of anybody in the department and so forth. So
We do have phone monitoring constantly. So we do have someone who monitors the phone lines. And with the Elevate tool that we use, when the phone call comes in, it gets routed to the appropriate person. So we have that.
So no complaints from parents that they aren't able to get hold of anybody.
I haven't heard any of those, no. I've got complaints, I've listened to complaints. But not about not answering or not being available.
Thank you.
So I noticed that your chart is really administrative, right?
Yes.
Do the 37 charter schools also report who's teleworking to you?
Not at this time.
No.
So how would we get that list?
That would come from each of the schools.
So do we have to send a letter to each of the schools individually, or do you just forward it?
We could,
If
We could
you
forward
asked, if you wanted that information, we could ask that from our charter schools.
Now, is your policy applies to all of the charter schools or they individually make their own?
They're their own independent state agency.
Yeah, so their telework policy is on their own and nobody oversees it to make sure that they're following some guidelines?
That would be the purview of their governing board. Yes.
So can you clarify the relationship between the charter commission, the administrative part, and the 37 schools? So what are the standards? How do you oversee it, or do you oversee it? And what is the relationship?
Because some of this should have a little consistency.
Some standards.
So as a state agency, they are required in the contract to follow state guidelines, state laws, statutes. So any statutes that involve developing a policy around remote work, they would need to have put a policy together. So the commission has a contract with each of the 37 schools, and within the contract is what we monitor.
Do they at least have to send you a copy of their telework policy? I mean, do you have a library of what each governing board decides?
We have access to their handbooks. That policy is not one that is approved by commission. Right now, their attendance, admission and enrollment policy is what's approved by commissioners. So those are the things like in the contract that we have to keep track of. That one is not on the list of a required policy that we ask for an update.
On the telework?
Correct.
So is the contract renewed every year where
No.
you discuss it? What is the relationship there?
So the contract, we have given out contracts that are up to 5 years. We currently have one school that has a 2-year contract. They'll be entering into that second year next year. All the other schools have 5-year contracts. 13 schools are in the 3rd year of that contract. So they will be up for renewal of their contract coming up in the next 2 years. And we have 23 schools that were just approved this past year for contract 4.0. So they're in the 1st year of their contract. And we just recently approved a school for its 5-year contract with conditions. So
we're concerned about teleworking, as you can see. And in terms of it not being in the contracts of those schools, what do you do, not just telework, but any other policy that has changed or law that has changed? How does that work with the administration, the commission overseeing the 37 schools so that there is consistency and someone monitors that they're following the law?
So we do update schools on any new statutes that come out and what the requirements are as far as reporting or creating if they need to do that. And then our frameworks team does check on that during their monitoring visits. So part of our visits, they visit twice a year in person, and it's pretty much a good chunk of the day. Could be a full day, could be a couple hours. And they go through various, look for evidence of policies, attendance records, parts that are outlined in the organizational framework of the contract that are statutory requirements. So they look for evidence of that. One of those is the handbook. It could be the handbook, and we could ask specifically for telework policies.
At least to see some consistency
Mhm.
across the board in certain areas and standards.
Okay,
Thank you.
certain.
Senator DeQuaid?
Thank you. Hi, so I wanted to ask you guys, overall, in 2022 to 2023, 5 of your 37 charter schools met or exceeded state and charter proficiency averages in all 3 areas tested: math, language, arts, and science. Further, 14%, which is 5 out of 37 of charter schools, met or exceeded both state and charter averages for math. 90% of charter schools met and exceeded both state and charter averages for language arts. And of charter schools that met and exceeded both state and charter averages for science. Of the 37 charter schools statewide, these percentages do not appear to be audit grade, but the opposite. They are not meeting the proficiency levels we want in the core subjects that we measure. Can you explain to me and give me the reasons for this poor performance. And since the larger non-charter schools in areas that a charter school is located may have much larger course offerings, do you have arrangements with non-charter schools to enable students who may need or want such courses get them? And if yes, how many students do this?
So give me the three key points to that question again, because I think there were three levels of that.
Can you explain why the reasons for such poor performance? And then for the larger non-charter schools that have larger course offerings, do you have arrangements for non-charter schools to enable students who may need or want such courses be able to get them? And if yes, how many students do this? And if no, why?
From the standpoint of why the poor performance, I don't have an answer to that. The school, we would have to engage each school and ask them for a description of why their performance would be that low. That is part of the renewal process, and certainly commissioners are receiving the academic performance of schools at this time twice a year. And they have an opportunity to ask schools about their academic performance, and during the renewal process, that will come up. As far as why the poor performance, I do not have that answer. That would come from each of the schools, and that would be something we could certainly ask for. As far as the arrangements, I think I want to make sure I'm understanding your question correctly around offerings for courses that students can take.
So what I'm saying is your larger charter schools have more options of offerings. The smaller ones, which would be limited to certain teachers or
Right.
teachers that don't have positions filled for that subject matter. That's what I'm asking. Is it because of lack of subjects and teachers there? And again, going back to the first question, you see the proficiency level. I would think that you in your own right would go back and ask the principal, if the principal ain't gonna tell you, why are you performing so lowly? Is it just the reason why that certain subject matters are not there, or, lack of teachers, or teachers that are not equipped or qualified?
Sure.
Okay. So, Senator Decoy, as far as, when we're looking at, performance in renewals, right? Are you the kind of charter school that we can safely give a 5-year contract, that you're gonna continue to, serve your community and your students? There are some schools that are struggling, as far as, the SVAC, the different, measures that by statute we need to look at. But they also, have their own, story about what they're doing well for their community, for their families, for the students that choose to go there.
So what I'm saying is,
So-
these are the basic principal
Yeah.
subject matters.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so,
what I'm saying is that we look at each school individually, we ask them the same questions, but we have the ability to actually put different conditions on the schools so that we can monitor them more closely, and we can see growth at a faster pace than even just quarterly or after 5 years. So we are looking at the schools that are struggling, and we go more. The frameworks team goes to the schools. We monitor, we ask those questions about what growth measures
Can I
they're
make a
using.
suggestion though?
Yeah.
When the proficiency
Sure.
is lower for, I don't know, 2 years in a row, why would you continue the 5-year contract? Why isn't there a provision in there that says when you're not meeting them to address some of their concerns, when the math metrics, for example, is too low and it has not improved,
Mhm.
there should be some clause that, okay, it's no longer 5-year. We're shortening the contract because you're below in metrics. So
So
that
we used
allows
to
you a little
have-
more
yeah.
input.
We used to have shorter and then part of
No,
it
you
too
can do the
is
5.
change
I'm
takes
suggesting do
time.
the 5. I'm suggesting do the 5.
Yeah.
But when you go below in metrics, now you're jeopardizing your 5-year contract.
Yeah.
We're, at any time during any charter contract, the commission is able to, revoke or issue a notice of revocation to a school. So if the school, as, Chair Ikeda and, Director Boris stated, we do annual reviews and evaluations of the schools, as part of my annual report process and that.
But so do you say, oh, you went down in math, so if you don't improve it next year, you have possibility of your contract being revoked? You
That
actually,
would be information we'd present to the commission and that discussion, could be taken up by commissioners.
because I think that's their
Part of the-
concern, that they want to make sure that the standards are not going below at least the minimum requirements for too long. And if it is because you can't get a math teacher, then what's the strategy? If it is you can't get an English teacher, what's the strategy? I think that's what they're asking.
And some of our emergent schools do have arrangements so that because they have high school programs, if they don't have math, they share. So Kamakau can share with Ka'umeke a math, and then in turn, Ka'umeke might have a science. So they've done that. For the
So
emergent
I
schools.
guess then my question is, do you have data
Mhm.
in the past, say, 5 years of those schools that have either held at that proficiency level or had fallen backward to show that you guys are literally looking at it and then saying, okay, based on your history of you falling below the proficiency for the past 2-3 years,
Mhm.
these are the reasons why we're not going to re-engage in a 5-year contract. And these are the areas where we want to help you improve. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, so with the issuance of contract 4.0 is the first time that we were able to include school-specific measures, right? So the schools have indicated what they are measuring student performance on other than the Strive High. So this performance data is specific to the Strive High, which charter schools have pushed against, right? They want to measure other ways. We want to monitor student growth in other ways. It's like, okay, that's fine. We still have to do Strive High. That's a requirement, but we have other school-specific measures. So we've now identified the first time that I'm aware of in contracts where the schools can identify how they're measuring their student performance, whether it's on project-based learning, whether it's on school portfolio, student portfolios, Hawai'i projects, etc. What are the rubrics? What are the standards?
They determine, or
Yeah.
you give them options and they choose one of the options?
No, they're able to determine. And they create those. So we have a number of schools right now working with MMS schools on culture love.
But are you
relevant
comfortable with
assessment.
how they determine it? What if you think, hey, that's not really a good
Then we
metric?
push back and give feedback to them. Because we also report on those to commissioners, right? Who end up making that decision as well. So we ask for evidence, like how do you know students are growing or performing in your school?
So
if your Strive High scores.
So I guess then this is basically what I ask you.
Yeah.
I want to know how the charter schools in my district are doing
Yeah.
within that past 5 years.
Okay, we can get you that.
And I don't know if maybe my other colleagues would want the same, but I want to know that, how they're doing.
It's so awkward though, because if each of her 5 schools have different metrics of measuring success,
Continuity.
The statute with SBAC, that's the continuity, and that's the majority of the points that they get for performance, for academic performance. The other things are supplemental because we're trying this out. So we're asking for some time to try this out. So that they can better tell their story of growth in a way that is more understandable to everyone. So when they choose, like, let's say they choose a diagnostic that it could be iReady that everybody uses, but it could be a school-made diagnostic that shows growth. We're asking them to be able to measure it at least 3 times a year and be consistent within the 5-year contract on what they're using. So you can't just every year change how you're measuring to make your school look better. Once they decide what they're going to use, they have to use that consistently for the 5 years. So you're right in that it's going to be different for each
Yeah.
school.
You're
but
comparing
there's
apples
a-
into oranges on each school though. They all
Yeah,
have
but there's a
different metrics.
large part of the academic performance that is consistent, which is the standardized.
So there's one, so you're saying it's half of it is standardized, the other half is not.
No. 3/4 of it is standardized. And 1/4 is their way to say, okay, if you're telling us that our scores are low, but these are the wonderful things that our students are doing, like what you saw in KKNOK, right? How do you measure that as part of growth? We're giving the schools that autonomy and opportunity to talk about that, but it's not a majority of their performance measurement.
So what is your standard of proficiency in the major areas, math and language? And so is that across the board,
That's
across for the
board in
37
state.
schools, so you can compare them and with the DOE students, or do you have some standard like that you're using? And it's the same across the board?
It's the same.
Okay, and everybody has to do that.
Yes.
So when you give Senator DeCoy the proficiency of her schools, that's going to be the information that you have on the record.
It's gonna delineate the 3/4 consistent standard and the 1/4 that's self-determined.
Tell schools and identify what their school-specific measures are along with the Strive High. So it's essentially two sets of data.
No, I get that. And basically what you're saying is the 1/4 is like an elective principal chooses, and then the rest is the standardized.
Yeah.
So I said,
Yeah.
the reason I ask you for the past 5 years is because you should easily be able to match up the data, whether the individual is excelling at a better rate versus trying to, because then you would section it out, is what I was trying to say. So at that point, I get it. You have these certain electives. What I'm trying to understand is the basic needs of that individual standardization needs to be met first. So I want to see what is the pattern within the last 5 years. That's all I ask.
Also know that we don't have data during the COVID years. So
Why not? Why not?
the state didn't give out the
No.
assessment.
The standardized testing data during COVID.
Did they graduate? They're in charter school, did they graduate? Then we should have got the data.
Yeah.
No, we have numbers. We have the data, yes.
Okay.
We do have data. It's
So
just,
she said we don't have it during COVID,
I'm talking
but then you
about
guys have.
right. The SBAC,
Because if you guys graduated these students, how we know if they're not floating out there and flying in the sky?
No, it's just one component.
correct, correct. 1 year, actually.
Okay, so just give her what you have and then
Yeah.
we can always have like another.
Sure.
briefing.
So when you say the standardized data, they get tested, is that what the standardized data is? What is the standardized?
Strive High.
And that's a testing of the students, a
Correct.
standard test.
No, but you're talking about the 1 year for high school graduation. No, what's the test that you're talking about that they didn't take for 1 year?
The Strive
Oh,
High.
okay.
The same test.
Yes.
But they still took the one test that all high school seniors have to take or juniors have to take before they graduate.
What is,
They don't-
HISTEC.
for what?
We used to call them the HISTEC. That's what he tried to talk about. On standardized
We do
testing before you can graduate. That's what it was
I don't
called
think
when I was there, so sorry. Ancient.
Oh my goodness, I guess they got rid of that.
Sorry, I just graduated.
So is that standardized test the same every year? I mean, it's that same test that's given, and when you graduate in high school, you have to take that test and you have to pass that to graduate?
Yeah, because
or
I
what?
thought that's what you said. That's what, when you mentioned that they didn't take the test, I thought that's what the test you were
No.
talking about. Okay, you're talking Strive High.
Correct.
Okay, I thought you
That's
were
the
talking
annual
about
test.
the,
No, we're talking about Strive High.
And that's the annual test that they take.
Correct.
Certain grade levels.
Yes.
So what do they take in order to, as Senator Favela asks, to graduate? What test do they take? Do they take a test in order to say, okay, you made it?
Their
You
curriculum
graduate.
units have to be aligned with the state Board of Education graduation requirements.
But
Graduation.
what,
We have
how
the
do you
same
measure
graduation.
proficiency then at the
No,
time they
it-
graduate?
They've evolved, I guess. There's no like standardized testing for graduation.
Not.
So how do you determine that you can pass and you graduate as versus no, you gotta stay back?
They're-
Cards.
Yeah, just grades.
Using, and we're using teachers, I mean.
Yeah.
So teachers have to be licensed.
No, the teacher, no, the
The-
students.
Our schools are
Yeah.
still held to the same standards from the standpoint of graduation requirements and teacher requirements and licensing requirements as the Department of Education.
It's interesting. Okay.
Senator Richards.
Yeah, we talked about the 5-year contract. My concern on that is you identify, okay, there's a problem. 5 years for us is not very long. 5 years for a 8-year-old kid is half a lifetime. And my concern is we're going to lose kids because we're trying to find our way forward. And I know my concern is the performance is way down. And so we're going to take some students and we're going to miss the boat on these kids, and they're going to come out into our society unprepared. I think that's what I'm hearing my colleagues echoing, that we're concerned that we're not going to be preparing these students for functioning in Hawaii. And so that's where the angst is coming from. And so I'm very curious to see what data you have. The data I've seen is concerning. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Just-
There probably needs to be a much larger discussion in subject matter though, regarding the standards for graduation.
This is for the commission on what is the charter, I mean, for the charter schools, what the commission's strategic vision to increase these achievement numbers that we've been talking about in school performance. What is your guys' strategic vision for that?
Yeah, you have one paragraph on it, right? In your testimony. You have, it's our page 5. Strategic objectives, goals, and performance metrics. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
So we have a goal to make sure we attain, maintain, and sustain. So what we've been doing.
I think he wants it written out.
Oh, you want it written out? Oh.
Do you have a
We have a
document?
strategic plan. Yeah, we have our strategic plan is on our website. It's posted. We can get that to you.
So how is that consistent with this part of your testimony?
This is, I mean, it's more, it has more details on the plan.
Okay, and then in the strategic plan, you have benchmarks, specific
Yes.
deadlines.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think overall for our strategic planning process, the commission has focused on the mission and vision of a school. So each charter school, as you guys have seen, going out to Kekula Ni'ihau, each charter school will be, Kekula Ni'ihau will be very different from Hawaii Technology Academy. Their mission and vision, right, with the Ni'ihau community at KKNOK is specific to that community, while HTA, Hawaii Technology Academy, is a school that does a blended learning program statewide. So our strategic planning focus has been on emphasizing the mission and vision of the school,
yeah,
making sure that
No, I
they
think-
create.
that's where they were coming from though, because each charter school could be so different. What's the minimum standard, either test or some type of benchmark that they can all, they know, okay, this person is ready for graduation, being that they're all so different.
That actually is the challenge of charter schools.
No,
Yes.
so that, I think that's where they were going though. So how are you gonna meet that challenge?
Yeah, that's,
I mean, like, that's the challenge, and better the thing just go back to public school, and why we go on in charter school if our kids aren't ready. I mean, that would make more sense to me if we just stay within the standardization of public school versus the challenges is trying to make up or put all these different, measures in place. I mean, I just trying to like wrap my head around, charter school here and you get public school here. Of course, you get private school. So, I mean, why try to separate out and have the charter be there? I mean, I just trying to understand that.
How much students the charter school, each charter school average? How much each charter school, how much kids in each charter school? What is the average? 100, 200?
The average would be in the 200 range, but we go from 25 up to 1,500.
Reason why I'm saying that is because when you get a public school of 3,200, yeah, the reason for the charter schools that I think, because I was one of them that fall through the cracks, yeah. So charter schools is to enhance the child's learning in whatever style of learning, but to have the standardized testing or whatever they need to go out there in the real world and be productive citizens instead of being in the park, hanging out all day and doing nothing. You know what I mean? So that's the reason why, for me, that's the reason why I love working with Senator Kidani and Kim. Education is number one. For me, growing up, I wanted to play football and basketball. Education was nothing. When I come into this building, education is key. So if we're doing this charter schools to minimize the people falling through the cracks, the percentage in a community that hangs out at the park, then what are we going to say for the charter schools? Are we having a percentage that's falling through the cracks that we're paying for to make sure that they don't fall through the cracks and end up in the park for 5 years before they find out what they're going to do in their life? So that's the thing you guys got to look at, because if the charter schools is not accomplishing what we envision, then we got to change the vision.
Yeah. I guess, okay, going back to what he's saying, I guess it's for members, it's page 2. So under B, right? You're talking, because 14% are proficient in math. 19% are proficient in language arts, and 30% are proficient in science. So that's where
Pretty low.
am I reading it wrong?
No.
That's 14% met or exceeded both. There are other schools that met in one or the other. That's both.
But
So,
14% out of
it's still a low
100%.
number.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
five is still a low number, but
So
that means five, yeah, both.
State and charter.
Right. So there are other schools that exceeded the state average in, say, language arts or exceeded the state average in math.
No, but I guess it's not
That's both.
necessarily exceed met. So if that
It's
Exceeded or met
so that means 86% did not meet that standard
in both of those areas.
in math and language.
Correct. Both.
But
of
that's
the
still
areas.
not good.
It's still not. I'm not gonna. Five is still a low number. I'm not.
You talk-
No,
That's where I
agree.
think they're trying to figure out if maybe we should be going back to something that is consistent so we can measure these
We
things.
want to see that number higher in both.
Yeah,
Agreed.
like at least 50%. 51%. You know, 14% is very low.
That's 5 of 37 schools. That's kind of alarming. That would be like lights on, but seem like nobody home right now. That's my concern.
Well, the university air conditioning and anti-classrooms.
So you have benchmarks to move those numbers up. What's your goal for each of the three then? Where do you,
The goal is to make sure we get out to schools and
no, shouldn't the
monitor
goal
their-
be like 100%? And then this is how it's so slow. I mean, if it's gonna be difficult to achieve, every year you're trying to move that number up.
Right, and so each school and their governing board and director needs to identify those plans, and we ask schools, what are you going to do to improve your scores or improve your performance? That's the monitoring part around both Strive High and their mission aligned initiative and their school specific measures. So it's a two-pronged piece of
But as part of the 5-year contract, if those numbers are not going up,
commissioners will engage that, and they will see in their twice a year reports that we give data to commissioners from our visits around whether or not those numbers are trending up, down, flat, or
so how many schools have you not renewed their contract because they have not increased these numbers?
None.
None.
We did not close the school strictly for academics.
So you merely monitor the proficiencies. You don't try to increase the outcomes so that they're more proficient, and you don't use that as a gauge for whether you renew a contract or put a school on notice.
Specific measures to raise student performance goes to the school. That's the autonomous part of the school where the governing board director work. What are you doing to raise your test scores? We ask the question, we monitor the results. The way it's structured right now, the current way it's structured, the governing board and the director identify what it is they're going to do to raise academic performance.
So you have no authority over the 37 schools. So what is
No,
your
the
function?
authority, the leverage is the contract, yeah.
The contracts with the
So, but you don't go back to the school and say, hey, you got to increase or we are not going to renew you. You haven't
I mean,
not renewed any.
how do you get the number up then?
There's no leverage.
I think
otherwise.
that's, because that's what if Senator Zico is asking for the last 5 years and it's all the same.
So part of,
Just status quo.
not totally. So we do have MOU with the Department of Education around title in the area of is it comprehensive school improvement. So we did have 11 schools identified as some of the lowest performing in the state, and that was 2020. Of those 11 schools, 6 of them have exited that status. And we now have 5 schools, I believe, who are in that category of some of the lowest performing in the state. We have an MOU and we work with the Department of Education to work with those schools with our federal programs team to implement best practices or better practices and align in how do they raise their test scores or their impact on student learning. That's what it is. And so we've expanded that to, I think, 11 schools that are doing that work currently. That began recently. So any results of that aren't showing up now. They likely will show up in the next 2 years. Over time as they adjust their instruction and how to meet their mission alignment or their mission aligned initiative, but also how to impact student outcomes. So that's part of the work we do from a standpoint of technical support as the commission, but from the standpoint of providing professional development or guiding it, that is up to the governing board and the director at each site as to what's specific to how they deliver instruction and the materials they use to do so.
Is there training for each governing board?
There is not an across the board training for each governing board.
So that
That is something we are looking into though, because we're recognizing that is an important piece to how this is structured right now.
because they may not be aware of some of these things so that they can implement the correct methods to improve the numbers.
That's correct.
Yes, so
They
that's what
may-
they're asking you. So what you guys gonna do about it then? So part of that contract should be mandatory training for the board members. Hello, you guys have to come up with something so that the board, the governing boards have all the knowledge they need to correctly assess their school. And
The questions they should be asking.
and
And
developing procedures, programs, assistance, whatever they can to help the school or direct the school so that they can get proficiencies improved.
I think a lot of these things will be noted down, and then with our executive director, that's like it's a good list for that candidate to start.
No, but like, we shouldn't be telling you guys that. You guys should know that and should be implementing your own actions based on the results of this. I just find it ironic that, oh, maybe we should do that. It's like, you should know that. I mean, we shouldn't be telling you guys, you guys should know that kind of stuff. It's not like rocket science. I find it like just crazy how some of the responses I hear from you guys is, oh, that's something we could do. Like, don't you like look at this stuff and say, you know, I think these are areas that we should try to improve on, and that you guys sit down as an administration or as the board and commissions to figure out how do we get them to excel better, and then focus on areas where, like, again, you know, maybe they need training, maybe in areas that, you know, we don't have teachers here in these areas and requests should come in like that, but to sit there and have us tell you how to do your job. Why we need you there? We telling you how you do your job. That this is the next generation of kids that we're trying to educate so that they can go into society and be able to compete at the level of other kids that having an education. And it's not to
Globally.
say,
Globally competitive.
yeah, and it's not to say that all these things, and I just came out from a conference that is talking about technology. I like to see our kids be there developing the technology. I like to see our kids go out there and compete at that level, but I don't see it here. And it's super disappointing when we literally stand there and go like this, holy smokes, our kids are like at 14% on just basic math proficiency. Like, I mean, I went to public school and I figured out 1 + 1 was still 2. But I mean, come on, you guys, like crank it up a notch. It's really disappointing as we compare when we're at different states and our proficiency levels are down. It's like,
So you think maybe the kind of problem is the teleworking? Because I see over here the teleworking, reason for teleworking, no enough room, no enough room, no enough room. So we paying some of these teachers, not small money.
No, but that, unfortunately, we don't have the telework numbers for each school. The telework numbers, they are only for the administration of the commission. So
pay
we don't
somebody
have,
70-something thousand for 5 days out of the week for stay home.
well, okay, so that's where these guys, partly, it's kind of awkward because that person could be doing site visits only from home. They don't go to the office and then, but it's not clear. The chart doesn't really tell you the full story. So, you know, you guys, we got to clean that up so that we know.
Good examples of schedules and calendars that show.
Because to us, if school visit is not necessarily telework,
Telework.
you're present. Telework is you're working from home. So that's like,
Yeah.
that's where that's
If they're going
not
through
clear.
5 days out of the week, they're visiting school, that's not teleworking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah.
So that's where the numbers are not necessarily accurate. They looked at it as if the person is not in the office,
It's teleworking.
that's teleworking. That's how they define it. But that's not how we're defining it.
We'll provide you with examples of those calendars and schedules.
Okay, so you know, I'm looking at your strategic plan. And it's not, you have quite a bit of steps to reach outcomes based on communication, quite a bit. Communicate, transparency, all of that stuff. Not as much as what they're talking about.
And I think the difficulty is that as a commission, we're the authorizer. We don't act like the Hawaii Department of Education, where we have direct working, where we're in the schools working to improve. As authorizers, we're allowed to give, what do you call that? Technical support.
No, but
But
you still
we
have the
don't-
contract. If they don't meet
Yeah,
the standards that they're
contract with
talking about,
With the governing board,
yeah. So if they don't
not the
meet,
contract.
what
with
they're
the-
asking is that if they don't meet a certain level of proficiency, the contract shouldn't be renewed. That's what they're saying. So I mean, you have to, and if you don't want them to close, then you have to be a lot more involved in the training and all of these other things to empower them to reach those goals.
Because how much of the schools right now, they've been falling under their, the scores consistently? Did one school do it one time or did it do it 5 times? Because that's what we're talking about. If we're giving them money, because I know the charter school teachers don't get paid like DOE teachers, they get paid more. Yeah, so we just like, no, I mean, if it's because it's a paycheck or they really want to
I
make a
think same, is
difference.
it same union?
They're same union.
Yeah, but they make
don't-
more. The charter schools make more. But they get that from the governing board. They get the money they get and then the incentive that they can get from what they get from the charter schools themselves can pay the teacher more.
The charter school can supplement the salary.
They can, I don't know how many of them do, I don't.
But they
know.
do. I'm just talking about the ones I know in Alakuli, they do.
Okay.
They do.
So you have here, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but in your strategic plan, you say here, take a more hands-on approach to academic performance monitoring by so your plan says you should be doing what we're saying, but that's not what you're repeating to us.
We implemented that with contract 4.0. The pushback we received in the past around standardized performance tests was around, we don't teach to the test as a reason or excuse for not performing. As a commission, we went, all right, so how are you monitoring kids? So we now have 3 years of data that we've been gathering. And so as these schools start to come in front of commissioners around renewal, we have more data that's not just Strive High. So that is not the only piece that they're being assessed on. They're being assessed on what their school specific measures are and their mission alignment, right? So the performance, yes, it's 2 pieces of data and they are different, but commissioners will have more information, more data, not just Strive High, right? To engage in schools in the conversations around renewal.
Okay, so you know how there's a confirmation process for your commission. So for the governing boards, what's the confirmation? Who appoints them and who makes sure that they meet a minimum amount of qualifications?
Each governing board. They identify their own governing board. The commission does not appoint or seat governing boards. That is a practice with some authorizers around the country. That's not how we are set up here.
Okay, because it sounds like if something doesn't improve, there has to be some changes, I guess, at the statute level. That would be a lot of confirmations, 37.
No, teachers have to be credentialed.
No, not the teachers. Oh yeah, the teachers do, but we're talking the board member, the governing board for each school.
They're in charge of their own governing board. They appoint and find and identify their own members, and they seat their own members. They have their own bylaws.
Are there any standards? for
There's
qualification?
guidelines and suggestions, I believe, in statute. I think 302D12 talks about what they should look for, but it is not a requirement.
Okay, so if that system isn't working and what they're asking is for those numbers to increase, what are we gonna do about it?
We can take a look at. Well, I mean, we have already started working with our governing boards and attending governing board meetings more frequently than when we were in the past. So we need to continue to gather that data, and we need to make sure governing boards are aware of what their statutory requirements are. Also, we can relay back information that yes, accountability is high on the list. We need to be doing.
So even if they don't like the standardized testing, you still gotta meet proficiencies.
Correct. Should be.
And if not, you gotta go back, I would think you would have to go back to the standardized testing. Because if not, you can't give away both.
So part of what we're looking at is, what does the principal's evaluation look like? That's done by the governing board. And we're finding that if we can be consistent about
Evaluations.
the evaluation. And
But there should be some non-negotiables as far as if you don't meet the proficiency or you do meet the proficiency. If you went up in percentages or not, I mean, that shouldn't be overlooked and shouldn't have that should not be minimized.
How many schools are not meeting proficiency?
In one of the 3 areas or all?
I don't have that specific number off the top of my head. I know it's in our annual report, but I don't have that specific number.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is that when you look at those numbers, do they raise red flags for you saying that maybe something more needs to be done?
From the standpoint of Strive High assessment?
Yes.
As an educator, yes.
So what's the solution?
to increase our support of governing boards and their monitoring and their knowledge of what they need to do to monitor student performance at their schools.
So you seem to recognize that, but what are you doing to get there? Is there something that we need to do on our side to help you get there?
I think.
I think that's part of our, like I said, this PG, as we're under a new charter contract that has some of these new measures in place, and things like that. I want to say the majority of our schools were in the first year or two of that contract. So our monitoring visits are kind of showing, kind of really enhancing the areas that we need to focus on. And, you know, I think after today's conversation, I think you do have to engage yourself and the education committees and looking at some potential either statutory changes or things that we can bolster either through the contract itself, or like statute. You may have to put it in statute. So,
But yes, asking these questions is helping. That will help structure the conversations. We have regular conversations with governing boards and directors. We will certainly bring up these points that have been brought up today.
Okay, wait, you know what, then why don't we look for members real quick? If you go to page 3 of the 209 in the testimony, go to page 3,
Table,
page 3 of 209. You'll see in the very first sentence, there's a link here. So if you click here, you'll go to the annual report. And then if you go to page 223 of the annual report, you'll see the standards. You'll see the metrics. So I'll just take one. I saw that Dream House in Ever Beach. Math is at 16% in year 2021. Then it went down to 12%, 21-22. And then it went back up to 17% in 22-23. If you go to Kihei Charter School, that one is 61% for English language in the first year. Then it goes down to 50 and 50. So it's all in there. So if you want to see at least the last three years as far as proficiencies. Hula. Let's see here. Yeah, some are real alarming. Others are surprisingly doing well. But that's what's scary is when you look at the numbers that you provide us, it's the average doesn't tell the story.
Right.
And then you can see in science, surprisingly, science seems to be people doing better in science than
good gains in science.
than math and English.
Not as much across the board in certain schools, yes.
Yeah, they're just in general when you look at the numbers. Anyway, okay, so that's where you guys can take a look if you want to see that.
What's your contract look like with the commissions? I mean, with the boards? Is it a standard contract when you're saying we're going to renew your contract? What does it include?
There is a template contract, yes, that the schools, that's presented to the schools for their agreement, their governing board to sign. Within the contract, it can be offered as is, or commissioners have the authority to set conditions based on the renewal application that the schools submit. And so there could be conditions that schools need to meet during the life of the contract.
Are there any outcomes that you want from the school? For example, proficiencies, your students, anything like that that you have in the
No.
contract?
Only the high. What is it?
The strive high, strive high, is that in the contract?
So yes, Strive High is a part of the contract. That's part of the academic framework.
Yeah.
It makes up 3/4 of the of what they need to meet Then there's the mission aligned initiative and the school
But
specific
that the
mission.
students
But
need,
part of it is not just this, right?
Right.
Because in previous sessions, I think before most of us started, there was lots of questions about the money, how it was spent, the contracting, procurement.
Mhm.
So that's where they focused. They
not
focused
on
on trying to
academic.
clean up all that. And then this was not really the priority at the moment. So now that that seems to be cleaned up and now we're looking at the numbers, we're like, hey, what's going on here?
Fair question.
Okay, any final questions for charter schools? Okay, we're gonna recess so that we can have library set up. Recess. Okay, reconvening. Now we're here from libraries. Morning.
Morning, Mallory Fujitani, Special Assistant to the State Librarian. State Librarian Stacy Aldridge apologizes that she's unable to attend. She got very sick over the weekend and is still unable to attend. So I just wanted to go over briefly, we've submitted our budget request, testimony and forms. Just in general, over the past year, the state library system has implemented a new strategic plan, and I believe all of the committee members should have received the
Yeah.
materials.
You can just skip to table 6.
Okay. So table 6 is our 2025 requests. First up is an additional 550,000 for our security guard contract. As of January 2nd this year, we moved over to a new contractor, and the cost of the contract is double what we were paying under the old contract. We are able to fund the rest of this calendar year with the funding if we can get this 550,000 in FY25. But we will need to come back to the legislative session 2025 to increase the base.
So your long-term strategy is to stay on the contract?
Yes, we're using the state vendor contract.
Okay.
Second item is expenses to prop up temporary service locations for the construction closures at Princeville and Kaneohe. Approximately $50,000 to lease the temporary portable unit for a temporary library at Princeville, which is the northernmost government building on the North Shore of Kauai. It's become a hub when the North Shore has been cut off for services. So we need to provide services up there. Kaneohe is a regional library on Oahu. We are planning to open up a temporary site at the Windward Mall. I think that's going to happen. The opening will be in early March. Also, we're looking for funding for temporary locations so that when we have to shut down Makawao for construction, that we can locate a temporary site for them, because that's the only upcountry library. And then for Lahaina, we have a 3-phase plan for addressing the loss of our Lahaina library. The first one is we deployed the Maui Bookmobile. So twice weekly, we're providing services through the Bookmobile. We really need a longer term temporary location for the West Maui community. And so we're working with the County of Maui to site a much larger temporary facility until the community has determined about the rebuilding of Lahaina. And then we're just asking that the ceiling for our federal funds be increased a little bit.
Okay. Any questions?
Your CIP request.
Yes.
You say that you are asking to $10 million for health and safety. Can you tell us what it's for and where what kinds of things are health and safety concerns?
Actually, that's a mistake on the chart. The 10 million was it's in the current budget. We're not asking for additional.
Okay, but can you tell us what you're using it for?
I can
Like
put
a
together
list?
Yep.
Yeah, of the libraries and.
I have we do have a list, and it's just trying to figure out which ones are going to be ready to go with that funding.
So is it like contamination, or, if it's fire alarms, or, what is it what would it be paying
Sure.
for? Yeah.
Mhm.
And then the other item on the CIP list, is for the Keao Library. And on another list, there was a request for the Waikoloa Library. So
Sorry,
can you
that's a
clarify?
mistake too. Apologies.
Is that
That should be
Waikoloa?
Waikoloa.
Okay.
Apologies. for
And
that.
where are you in the process for the Waikoloa? Is that a totally new request? So what is that for?
So last session, we asked for half of the funding, which was about we received about 13 million.
And where are you in the process?
We're in the design phase. We expect to go out to bid sometime next year in 25.
And this is for Waikoloa. So
Waikoloa.
what's happening with KL?
KL, we have 20 million in funding. We do want to go out this spring for the project. Everything's in final design. We're just waiting to work with the DOE to get the request so that the permit can be signed off on.
So this is for actual construction?
Yes, yes. Yes, it's fully funded.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Table 22. So the one person just teleworks 5 days a week?
Actually, based on the earlier discussion, she works, she has a desk space at Salt Lake Library upstairs in our support offices, but she travels to all the 50 libraries to implement the RFID project. So it started like really at the beginning of last year, and she travels to all 50 libraries.
Okay.
And right now we're in the implementation phase and implementation of as far as installation of the equipment.
Okay. And then table 11, I noticed of 566.5 positions, 154.5 are vacant.
We try to fill as quickly as new vacancies are created.
Senator Kim?
So I noticed all the ones in recruitment, which is good. Probably get a better idea as to when that you anticipate or would like that positions filled. But the others that are not in recruitment, yeah, so is it the intent to keep it vacant or?
No, part of the issue is that, as you're aware, there's usually budget restrictions at the beginning of the fiscal year. So we don't always have all the funding that if we were to move forward with the process, we don't always have the assurance that we will be able to fully fund their salary.
Okay, so you show the budgeted amount for these positions.
Right.
You also show the actual
you.
salary last paid
Okay.
on that.
Mhm.
So which ones of these positions have no funding based on the fact that you might have taken the money and used it for raises or others?
So
So
at the
did you
start,
take from vacancies for security or other?
Yeah.
Yeah,
at
so
the
that's
end
what,
of last year, yeah.
so that means you don't have the full amount for these vacancies.
We don't get the full amount till we ask for the restrictions to be released from BNF.
Oh, so there's two things that affected it.
Mhm.
The use for other things
Mhm.
and the restrictions.
Yes. Well, the use for other things, it's only if we get the funding back from BNF in the third and fourth quarters.
I'm sorry, can you explain
So-
that better?
So, in our testimony, we've tried to explain it a little bit. So on page 2 of our testimony, budget restrictions, about 80% of our payroll is, 80% of our budget is payroll. And we start off the fiscal year at, there's a budget restriction of 5 to 10%, and then there's a contingency budget restriction. So you start off with less money than what is budgeted, right? And then from there, because our two choices are payroll or current expenses, where do we find that difference? And so we choose not fund utilities. So we slow down the hiring process because we won't know if we will have enough funding to pay someone through the whole year.
So when you do a 10% or 5% restriction,
Right.
is it restriction on the budgeted amount? Or is it on actual positions
On
that
the
are filled?
budgeted amount.
On the budgeted
So,
amount. So all of the positions that are vacant and all of the positions that are filled, you have a 10% restriction or 5 to 10%
Mhm.
restriction.
so,
So the people that,
uh-huh.
if I can finish, so the people that have already getting X amount paid, the positions are filled, are those are you restricting their pay by 10%?
No.
And then taking money from the vacancies to make up that 10%?
No, we are not trying to recruit all of the vacancies simultaneously at the beginning of the fiscal year. So at the beginning of the fiscal year, our budget should, we should have 32 million for payroll. But in reality, we have 28 million.
So of the
And then we
32,
get 1/4 of that. So we get 7 million at the start of the fiscal year.
so of the 32 million, what portion of that is actually, how much is actually in salaries that are filled?
I will need to get back to you on that.
Okay.
So at the start of the fiscal year, we will get, because BNF releases by quarter, we will get $7 million at the start of the fiscal year for that first quarter.
So the 7 million, then how much money is actually with filled salaries?
Okay,
Versus vacant salaries? And then the vacant salaries, then how do you account for those dollars? Do they just sit there, or then you take the 10%, the full 5 or 10% out of that vacant budgeted salaries?
no, the 5 to 10% is taken off at the start of the fiscal year, they take it across the top. So 32 million versus,
Okay, then you're,
and then we operate at a reduced rate.
right, but though that money I've taken off the top is taken off the top of the salaries, and it has to possibly come out of the vacant, right? Because you can't take it from people that you already paid.
Right. So,
Okay, so can you show us the amount of the salaries that are currently filled, what that amount is, the vacant amounts of positions, and then what it is that 10% is, and then and then there's probably gonna be some leftover. Where is that leftover monies go?
okay.
Salaries.
So usually what that allows us to do is to, once we get closer to the end of the quarter, we know that money's there, we can continue to work on the hiring process as well. But yeah, I can tell you what the dollar amount is.
Okay, and I guess this is a question we're trying to get from every department, is to
Mhm.
find out how much money they have that they can then move around. And then I know, like in the case of UH, they use it to give executive salaries, increases. And they said they're below their ceiling, but the fact is that they're using vacant positions and then they don't fill it, right?
So we usually don't do anything with the anticipated, we plan for it, but we wait till we see if we will have and how much it might be into the third and fourth quarters. And a lot of times we do end up allocating those monies for the collection budget, because our base budget for the collection is only 1.5 million, and we expend about 3 million for books. And we do use the rest of the funding to try to work on outstanding repair and maintenance issues, enter into the new contracts for the next fiscal year.
But-
Usually, because our base budget is about 1 million for repair and maintenance, and we usually spend more than that.
Okay, but then that's a false sense if you're taking monies that should be allotted for them to begin
Yes.
with. Now, you have a lot of vacancies that have been vacant since 2016, 2017, 2018, 2015, 2013. So those are positions that you folks need.
Yeah, I need to get back to you. I believe that a lot of these are also hard to fill neighbor island positions.
So if you haven't had people in that position, you obviously don't need them at this point, right? Because those are the areas that we'll look at as we're cutting vacant positions that's been vacant for longer than 3 years.
Some of the I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, well, I mean, I can see it right here, all these vacant positions that have been out for more than 3 years.
Some of our longstanding vacancies are on our neighbor island locations, which really only have a couple of positions per library. So if that position were to get eliminated, it actually would prevent us from trying to find substitutes or temporary hires to shift over there.
Yeah,
Can you
but-
show us where those temporaries are then?
Mhm,
but why won't it, if that's the case, and that seems to be 3 years already,
mhm.
neighbor
Yeah.
island,
More than
what you're
sure.
gonna do about it? Do we have to do salary differential? Do we have to change the job? Because if it doesn't, if it's just gonna stay vacant, but you need the body, I don't know, you gotta either no need the body or you gotta change.
So one vacancy
Something.
that I am aware of, two vacancies are like our Hana and Lanai branch manager positions. It's extremely difficult to find someone with the degree that's required for the branch manager position. So we have resorted to providing some staffing just to open up the library to provide services, but it's not the same level of services that we would normally like.
Okay, but other departments, it sounds like they're hiring at lower levels
Mhm,
so that they can create pipelines.
mhm.
Because if not, you're not gonna be able to fill it.
We're working with the University of Hawaii Library School to try to find ways to create that pipeline, create internships.
No,
I
so
believe we're
you need a
working-
degree at what level? Because you have a librarian 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? I mean, you have. So what? Librarian 1 is.
I think for branch managers, it starts at a 4.
No, but that's not what I'm saying.
Oh.
If you end up hiring at a librarian 1. And hope,
MQ.
yeah, and then you end up training that person quickly as much as you can, move them
Mhm.
up the ladder.
Mhm.
It could take 5 years. But that's better than leaving it vacant for 5 years.
Right.
Yeah, because you have a position that's been vacant since June of 2015, a librarian 4, and the budgeted amount for that salary was 60,912, but it says actual salary last paid 47,400. So is that because it was filled by, I don't know, part-time, temp? Because it actually goes down. And then the next one has been vacant since 2013. November 2013, assistant 4, budgeted amount was 36,804, but your actual last paid was 27,756. So at those salaries, I don't know. That's number 1 and 2 of the vacancy list. I'm sorry, second page of the vacancy list. Page 12.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not able to provide you an answer right now.
So what is
Certainly
the,
come back.
what is the urgency to fill these positions? Because all of the departments, not just your guys' department, we're finding out, like one that Senator was just sharing with me, 2016, no TA, never filled, nothing, but the money is there. My concern is if all the departments cannot use this vacancy funding, what would happen to our state departments? So if you couldn't use none of that money, how would you be able to perform you guys' duties as libraries?
Mhm.
You gotta fill them so they can't
Mhm,
restrict them.
mhm.
But have
Well,
other than the batch,
The restrictions would happen either way. If we were all full on the position counts and the restrictions come anyway, we would have to severely restrict.
no, but you
our-
would make
on the
your
current
case. You would make your case to
We have
DNF and they would
incumbents.
still-
On the current
they would-
expense side.
Yeah.
Well, there's certain areas where we're completely not funded to provide the support, the services, which is like the collections, right? We're at 1.5. I mean, we can not buy any more books and just buy materials at the level at which our base budget is at. But that's what we really use a lot of our vacancy savings for at the very end of the year is to supplement that collection account, the collection purchase.
How many libraries do you have?
50 right now.
50, and all of them have somebody in the library.
Right.
So if you're looking at that and you're looking at, have you done an assessment of all the libraries, and you know, some are smaller and some are bigger,
Yes.
and the staffing required? Are they, even if they have vacancies, are they staffed enough to provide the services to that community?
They're not staffed at the levels that we would like.
Yeah,
them
but
to
are
be.
they, at least there's some minimum
Right, so
standard that they're.
our minimum staffing is to have 2 people on site and even in the most remote locations.
And
For
do you-
one of it is for safety. And sometimes if someone suddenly gets sick, then just having one person is not, it's a safety and health and safety issue. But then also that's where we rely sometimes on having a security guard at the location to make sure that the building can be opened safely for the public.
So all your 50 libraries have at least 2 people.
Yes.
So just going back to the chair's question about some of these librarian assistants or library assistants, they're at SR7, which is kind of low, right? So if you were to bring in, at a lower level, somebody to come in who's interested in library work or service, and then you can promote them up, because what is the minimum qualifications of an SR7? It couldn't be too high.
Right.
It's not a graduate degree, right?
No.
Or it's not even a college degree, I would think. So have you looked at these positions, at least work with HRD to say, how can I combine some of these, or have kept them in at the lower level and they get trained up? So at least you have another body there that's interested and you can move them up. So at least you fill a position in the library. I mean, have you looked at any of that?
I can't speak to the specifics about the hiring on the library assistant side, but I do know that they're extremely hard to recruit for. I mean, we'll get.
Well, SR7 is pretty low.
They're very low. It's actually, we are looking at, I know that there was some earlier discussion internally about maybe looking at broadbanding the library assistant positions, kind of similar to how the IT positions.
Yeah, because if you're working with the UH and they're graduates, that's all, college
that's from the
graduates, right? So maybe you have a lower level that you can build up into that.
Like
Yeah.
maybe instead of a bachelor's, some of the positions should just have A or CTE
Well,
certificate.
Yeah,
Intern
I think
them.
only the librarian
Yeah.
category has the requirement, the degree requirement, but I'm sorry, but I can't speak specific to the actual degree requirement.
Have you
for the
used
rest.
Helen Moore
Yeah.
at Labor?
I
Internship.
believe we are, we're working with a lot of different.
Because that's
programs
another way
that
we can try
yeah.
to build capacity.
Mhm.
Going back to what Senator Murwaki was talking about on the libraries, on the 50 libraries. Do you guys have an account on how much people use the library and what are they using the library for? Because some of the districts now have school, the elementaries, middle schools and intermediate schools have their own libraries, and some is not being utilized as it should. So you guys have an accounting on how the libraries are being used, because you guys talking about building new libraries or adding libraries, and some of the libraries are not being utilized.
Well, some are shared, right? There's a
There's
few.
12 what are called public and school libraries, and
Yes, some are.
out of those 12, only one, all of them started when they were first built in the 60s and 70s. All of them had a school librarian that was a DOE employee. Over time, we're down to only one of the 12 have a school librarian. So the public library staff is fully providing services to the school as well as the public.
On 11 of the 12.
Yes.
So, Mama, can you give me the date and time then change that? Because I don't want to date myself again, but when I was going to Campbell High School, there was
That's when they
only one librarian,
that's when they took the HISTEC.
one librarian, and the teacher would escort the children to the library, and utilize the library and only had one librarian. And recently,
To the library, he was busy playing.
no, I didn't say I was going. I said the teacher taught students there, not me. But what I'm saying is, because it changed, and I know that's the problem right now that Campbell is having because their school librarian had retired or since left. So I just wanted to know, I don't know why the criteria would change on the librarian, especially the ones that Senator De La Cruz saying that it was a school community library. And then now, because if the school don't have it, you guys said you guys are providing services for the school on that side, but it's very hard to have teachers that want to use the library and can't access it.
So his is public library?
Yeah, so we have the Ewa Beach Public Library, which is adjacent to the Campbell High School. In that case, so in all of these public and school libraries, there was one public librarian that reported to the state librarian, and there's one school librarian. And all 12 started out like in that model. Over time, the school librarians retired or left. And from what we understand, those schools chose to not rehire another school librarian. So there was, and then I think they used that position for other needs on the campus. At Campbell High School, the school librarian, the Campbell High School librarian had office space and workspace where she would provide services to the Campbell High School students. She retired, my understanding is last year. Campbell High School has not filled that position since then, but we've always had a branch manager from the public library side managing the space.
So you guys have an accounting on how the libraries are being used now? And what are they being used for?
We have a lot of data. I'm not sure, is there a specific type of?
Just the users, warm bodies coming in there, using them, checking out books, stuff that I never did, so I wouldn't know.
Well, now they do movies, now they do, I thought you guys were doing hotspots at one point.
We're loaning out hotspots for the telehealth projects, yeah.
Aren't you doing a lot more too with the online borrowing?
Yes, so our physical collection circulation is up 13% over the last year. It's the downloads of ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, Korean ebooks, that's been up 15%.
I'm part of it.
Website visits are up over 95%. Internet sessions, meaning people coming into the library to use our resources, 162% in the last year. Wi-Fi sessions up 15%. The amount of programming that we are offering is over, let's see, it's a 217% increase. We're ramping back up after COVID and providing in-person programming. That is we're now up to over 3,300 programs. It was a little over 1,000 in the last, prior to that as we're coming out of the pandemic. Program attendance is up over 400%. So people do want to come back to participate in programs. We do have our librarian who is the head librarian for the library for the blind and print disabled. He has a nice full beard. He has done various Santa Claus story times. And the attendance is off the charts at all of our locations. We'll easily get 70 to 100 people sometimes at locations when Matt is doing his Santa story times.
I just want to do a plug for your ebooks online, audiobooks, and I don't know how much more more books you can put on audio, but I know more and more people, I utilize it. It's so much easier to listen than to have to read, especially when you're traveling and on the airplane. So they do a really good job. You can reserve online, and they let you know when the book comes due, and you can then get it. And then if you don't finish reading, you can extend it. So it's a great service. So
Just a plug that the ebooks are quite a bit more expensive than the physical, and that's where we struggle.
Yeah,
Because
but
the
it's so-
publishers have been really been difficult on the pricing side.
very convenient though.
Okay, any final
You know,
questions?
just because the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm looking at your guys' vacancies. Some of them is very large, like we was talking about earlier. And it seems like you guys' percentage of virtual library is high, as Senator Kim said. So some of these areas that you guys having difficult in filling, especially like a school library, having the school have the library. Not many of them do have a school library adjacent to it, but with the DOE and the librarians, we think about having the schools take over the libraries, as you guys can shift around personnel and fill them in areas that you guys are lacking. I know you guys using a university, but some of them that you guys need help on, you guys have libraries that is with the school that would be better utilized if the school would run the library.
Thank you, Senator. I think that needs further discussion though,
Thank you. I
Because
just
of
want to
employees.
also mention, we were transitioning into the RFID technology, which we've been working on since beginning of last year. That actually will create a lot more efficiencies for the staff. So it's we can reduce a lot of the labor intensive activity that we don't have the staffing for. So in that case, our radio frequency identification tag. So right now we use barcode. And when you go to the library, if you borrow a physical book.
This is the Nanakuli one, right?
Yeah, what you saw at Nanakuli, we're launching it statewide.
Yeah.
We're in the,
That's what we were hoping for archives and DAGs to do too, instead of using the barcodes.
right, but part of that whole process is with our reduced staffing levels, our staff have also been tasked with tagging like 3 million items while they're also working on with the regular stuff. But all the equipment should be installed by early February, but not used yet until the entire collection will be ready to go online. But we expect in the coming months, we hopefully will be able to launch that system.
Senator Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Senator Favela, I also have one of those old libraries in my district. It was single wall back in the day. But I want to ask you a question about the Waikoloa Library. That is my district. And you said you're in the planning phase right now. Waikoloa community is far away from everybody, so it's very valid that they should get a library. But going through all of that, now there's a concern for unexploded ordnance in the area. And DLNR made an adamant statement that it had to be 100% cleared of any potential whatsoever, and a conditional clearance was not enough. Where are we with that? Because that's going to take extra effort. And where are you with that?
So I guess previously there was the potential to purchase land from a private developer, which I think is where there was a little bit of confusion. If we were going to use state funds, state taxpayer dollars to buy land from a private developer, the state AG would want us to not take on any liability of the private developer until they cleared the land. Right now, we are working and we have a leasehold agreement with the County of Hawai'i. And my understanding is that they have done, there has been some clearance, but we also, either property, we would have to do the, implement a program during the construction phase and the monitoring, either for both sides.
Well, I know the private land had been cleared, and a conditional no further action was not good enough for DLNR. So I'm assuming you're going to do the absolute clearance on the county property.
We'll follow the requirements, yes. But just the prior land, there was not all of it was cleared. So
I don't
that's,
think that's accurate.
okay.
Let's get together on this, because this is something I've been following very closely.
Yeah,
And the community doesn't support the location it's going to, but they want a library, so they'll take it wherever they want to. So please follow up with me on this.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
You know, a couple sessions ago, I think we had a bill on public-private partnership.
Yeah.
Is that something that the libraries would still consider?
we're still open to it, right? Most, all of our locations have been funded with tax exempt bonds.
Yeah.
So the commercial activity issue has always been kind of
Because we've talked about that before, having some mixed use with coffee shops or
Right,
you know, 7-Eleven or
Right.
what, and then that can create revenue for the library
Mhm.
so that you're not having these problems. Any other questions? Okay, we're gonna recess and then we'll hear from SFA. Okay, reconvening. So we'll hear from SFA. I know you don't have anything on table 6, so why don't we go over table 4?
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
Chad Keone Frias, School Facilities Authority. Good morning, Chair Dela Cruz, Chair Kidani, Vice Chairs of Committee. Correction on table 6, we did put in
You
that
have something.
transfer of the $45 million taken from SFA for governor's wildfire recovery. And then replacing,
But they're putting that on.
yeah, BNF,
Table
yeah, to put on a
15.
bond, yeah.
Oh, okay, it's not reflected on 15 then. It should be then, right?
Yes. Oh, is it? No.
Because if not, you just have the deduction and it's not added anywhere.
Oh, yeah, it's not in 15, it should be.
That's what 45.
45, yeah.
Because the way it's presented is just a deduction.
It's coming back in bond, so. Table 2, yeah, so in table 2, should it be in table 15? In table
CIP
2, it shows,
requests. Table 15 is CIP requests.
yeah, we got in table 2, gotta put in table.
Okay, I guess. Actually, table 6 should be in table 5, right? Because table 6 is additions. And then table 5 is reductions. So you're gonna reduce the 45, right?
Yes, in
And then
table 5,
you're gonna,
added in table 6.
no, then you're gonna add it to table 15
15 now.
for CIP requests. Right? Okay, if you guys can make those corrections.
Absolutely.
And then there are 2 things that you asked for that the governor did not provide.
Correct. Table 4 reflected a request from Attorney General Lopez and staff to add an Attorney General to help with the work of SFA. We put in a request for an additional AG position. And then affordable housing, the 15 million that originally lapsed from Maui in the past was understood that it was lapsed into the 170, but reduced to 50. So we're trying to make a good effort to get the 15 back in there to replace that money that lapsed previously from Maui, a bit long before the fires.
Okay, the deputy AG costs that much.
That's the number that we got.
Oh, see that?
And we can double check that amount again, but that's the number.
I mean, even they asked for it, but both BNF and the governor did not.
Yeah, right.
So it's not like, it's just that that's an interesting amount. Okay, so really all you have is the reduction of the 45 million, and then you're gonna add it to,
Table
CIP.
15, no, CIP.
that's the only thing you guys got.
Yep.
Okay, questions, Senator Hashimoto?
Where are you with the 45 though? So you got the 5, so where are you at with spending the 5 thus far? And because I think the question is are you ready to start moving in the 45, right? Because I think
Yeah,
we've been trying to track where that 45 is gonna go.
I appreciate that question. So we acted on an RFP, put out the RFP on December 17th, with a due date of a due date of January 6th for the pre-submittals.
For the 5, or are you talking the 45?
Well, for the 45.
Okay.
So the 5 is money that's left there to help us begin the planning process. So we have our pre-proposal bid conference on Thursday at 9 o'clock. There were 11 submissions for notice of intent
Okay, so this is just for which project?
for the 45 RFP here on Oahu.
So this is just Mililani,
Yep,
Waipahu.
right. We have a RFQ in the waiting, written specifically for Maui to see what we can do at Maui. So we're just providing some space in between the 2 projects just for confusion and to give us some time to breathe and get through one process and start the next.
So
But
how much do you actually need then to complete Waipahu and Mililani? Because it can't be just 45.
No, it's probably going to be a lot more than that. The RFP is written in a way that we bring private-public partnership and an operator to the table.
No,
and provide those
but in
numbers.
terms of state subsidy, you think the 45 is sufficient?
We're hopeful that the 45 will it drew enough attention to bring 11 members to the table. We were talking previously of numbers in the 30 to 40 million range and the land control and 30 to 40 million in subsidy would bring people to the table to participate. And we wrote the RFP as such, and 11, quite surprising. I was hoping we'd get at least 5, and we got 11 members there. Now, after the meeting on Thursday, we'll see exactly who stays in the game and wants to commit that type of funds to prepare for this project. It's not cheap.
So just about at the end of this fiscal, then you'll be ready to issue the RFP, or is this switch to bonds slowing you down?
Yeah, well, the switch to bonds may slow us down. If that does not slow us down, we hope to award sometime in July.
Waiting for the money to be released first.
Right. So we'd be ready by July, and when the money's released, we would move forward.
Okay, but you're gonna figure out through the RFP process to see what is the actual subsidy people need, or how is it written?
Yeah,
Was it RFQ or was it
it's RFP?
RFP?
Yeah, and I can
So
share.
you're gonna give them the full 45 then?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's written, it's written pretty broadly. We hope to, in one of our goals and one of our criteria, to actually receive something back.
Right.
In that, right? So rent control and maybe, I'm struggling with the word, but to get some money back to the state.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is the scope of that RFP? What are you expecting to come back for the 45?
What am I expecting?
Yeah. I mean, what is the scope? I mean, when you just didn't say, well, we just have 45 million coming.
Yeah, there's a bunch of criteria in there, but it's for workforce teacher and workforce housing. It centers around one of the 3 properties here on Oahu, focused more towards the Mililani site after visiting the principals. And that's what we're hoping to get, the density amounts that we can, the highest density amounts with the most rent control and perhaps a return on our investment.
Do you have units? Do you have amounts that you can that they can charge? Because we want it workforce housing, but we don't want 140% AMI and those kinds of things written
It's
into
in there, and I can definitely share a
I
copy
think
with
it's
you.
only for teachers.
It's labeled teacher workforce housing, but yes, the intent is for teachers. In talking with the department and Principal Murphy and HSTA and other in the workforce, that there is EAs, there are other library and et cetera, those things
For
on
DOE
campus.
staff. It's mainly for DOE staff.
Absolutely.
but the numbers, do you have
How many units?
how
Is that
many
what you're asking?
units?
So there's wording in that doesn't lock a developer down to you gotta have 204 or 88 and such, but so
But the RFP went out, right?
the RFP went out and
What
it's,
does it say?
I'll provide you a copy. It's
And then the RFP closed.
RFP closed. There were 11 intent to participate on January 6th. 51 people accepted the invitation to participate in the pre-bid proposal on Thursday. Multiple, it must be teams from the 11 groups that in their intent.
So is that for one project or two
One.
projects?
One project. And while I have your interest, we hope that this process and finding some success in that would enable us to do a second and third and fourth project, because we're not going to solve the entire shortage and enhancing the teaching profession in one project.
Yeah, but there has to be some critical areas that are prioritized, right?
Absolutely.
Like my understanding is Leeward Coast.
Right. So last year's bill, SB 941, which Senator Kidani introduced, it specifically asked us to look at Nanakuli campuses, Mililani and Waipahu. So, and Ko Laupoko, obviously it's stated the other counties as well, but the biggest area to make the biggest bite out of it is here in the central area. And speaking with HSTA and with some teacher friends, and looking at the salary schedule, took all of that into consideration in writing this RFP.
So it's regional. So even if it's in Central Oahu, it's for North Shore teachers.
Murphy was super clear with us and the team that It wouldn't be just for Mililani
Pro
teachers.
city.
He knew it
So
was.
have you done an inventory to say, okay, where should we have these because of the need? And is there a plan? Just a long range plan so that you can say, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this.
Well, based on the legislation, we have enough to do here at Mililani,
So you have a
Namakuli, and
plan.
Waipahu. And this was in conversation with HSTA. We don't have a recent survey
Yeah.
with HSTA, but we surely can go back and resurvey. We do know,
My understanding is, why don't you get from the principals a list of teachers that did not accept a position because they could not get housing from all the schools that are gonna be affected? I think that's what she's looking for.
okay,
Because I know Wailua High School, for instance, they wanted to hire people. They couldn't find housing. So then now you can't get anybody to Wailua.
Where's the need?
So
Yeah.
I think there's a whole bunch. I know even Mililani, the same thing, the principal. And part of the issue is that DOE doesn't upfront cash. You know, if you're a state employee, you don't get paid till like a whole bunch later after your first day of employment. So how do they get rent for the first month?
right.
And so part of that, I know certain principals take out of their own pocket to lend the new teacher cash to go and rent. And so hopefully with this, that's going to be part of the program, is that the teacher can get housed right away, and then at some point they can end up paying at least the first month rent through something with DOE. But they should have a list from schools, specifically how many teachers turned away a position because they could not get housing and in which school. And then you can see from there which areas we got to focus on.
So how are you aligned with the DOE? Because if it's teacher housing, then you gotta be connected.
Or all
where
employed,
the
yeah.
needs are,
Yeah.
right?
Right, absolutely. And we'll
So,
work closer with
we
OTM, but
have-
we started this project with that, which is the basic data that we've had over the, excuse me, over the years, knowing where the shortage areas are. And of course, we approach the principals with that, making sure that the principal
Yeah.
that was participating had a more global mindset and wasn't so focused on, well, these 10 units are for my 10 teachers. And looked for areas where staff and teachers wanted to reside, even if they're willing to drive up the coast and avoid traffic. So
So you got to prioritize the new teachers because they have no housing.
Absolutely.
They have zero housing. And then if there's a teacher that they may have to leave the school because they have no housing, well, then that's another priority.
Mhm. So do you have that kind of plan?
You don't have that data though.
No, we can work with OTM to get more secure data and see if we can get a survey out to principals. We know this area was a high need area going forward. It's been in legislation in the past, and
No, well, I think what she's asking for is you have a matrix that shows that from every school in the state,
I don't.
not just teachers, but DOE employees. Then we can look at it and say, okay, in this area, there's a lot of demand, but no teacher housing. So that should be a priority.
We can
We
definitely do
can
that.
prioritize.
We will do that.
Well, I think too, in the previous discussion, it's not just for one location. For instance, Mililani is central Oahu, and it would be good for
Wailua.
Wailua, Kahuku, Waipahu, just to make sure that when you're looking at housing, if you have campuses that can afford the land to do
Yeah.
this.
They're
Absolutely.
regional housing
Yeah.
projects. That's what it
Absolutely.
comes down to.
And I
Right.
think that comes in our messaging and in our selection criteria.
Right, and I think we have to get away from calling it teacher housing. It's
Of
employee
course.
housing.
Employee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
we
it's
put
really
that after
DOE employee housing.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Okay, I noticed on table 11.
Gotcha.
You have the six vacancies.
Yes. So these are,
They all have February 1st.
we were very hopeful that we could create these positions and create them in time. We've been working to create positions, interview, fill, create, interview, and fill. So of the 7 positions established already, we're fully staffed.
And how many? So you have,
And we have
so you
5,
have 12 positions.
yeah, so we have 7 fully staffed and 5 that we're going to be recruiting for. So there was a project manager position vacant at the time we did this that we've since filled. It was already established.
Okay, so the very first line is filled.
Yes, well, accepted, passed the employee background check and projected start date of February 1.
But they all have February 1.
Well, the next 5 positions, so SFA stands with the DOE and DHERD because of an AG opinion. So it's a little complicated in establishing the position and then creating the position with DHERD for posting, establishing it with the DOE who manages the employee benefits and salary. And then once that position is created, go back to DHERD, post the position, begin the hiring
Not be
process.
February.
And go
1st.
back. We will adjust that. We were working on tight timelines. We had these positions. We had the budget for these positions for a while. We created them 2 at a time.
So these positions have not been,
They're not even
Established.
created yet, right?
so cannot be, you're gonna fill it
Yeah,
by
if you're not even
February
creative, how
1st.
come you have a February 1 date on there?
We were hopeful that we could get them created. Things have
Yeah,
taken,
but getting it created and getting it filled is 2 different things. So how could you have a February?
we will
1?
change. We will definitely change those dates. We did this a little
Well,
while
when did
ago.
you start the process?
So
Because
we
you got the
started,
money July 1st.
we started in July. We created the first 2 project manager positions. It took a little time. We hired the project manager position. We hired our policy analysts.
What was the
Position.
rationale behind just doing 2 at a time?
Yeah.
Why not just, I mean, it's only 5.
Yeah, so we could try to do, we have 2 more with the deal. It just takes some time. They have their own work to do. My decision to not shut the door on the work that we need done. So I just thought give it,
But you're doing this RFP and you're trying to get a contractor on board and you don't have the staff to do it. How are you gonna do that?
You know, so he's contracting work.
we've been working really hard and
Contractor's
using
gonna be doing the,
No, the contractor did the RFP, I thought.
we contracted people to help us with the
So in
RFP.
lieu of staff, in lieu of all these positions, they've been contracting the work out.
and
How
who's
long
gonna,
does it take you to contract versus get the positions going? I mean, it still take you time.
It has
You're
taken
misplacing your
time.
efforts by doubling it, by doing a contract, find time to do a contract when you could have used that time to establish your positions.
I will get you the actual dates of when we started and what we submitted. I've kept notes with that. So we have 2 positions established coming up next. It's been with the DOE for,
How long does it take to
couple months.
establish one position?
if we focus solely on it, probably takes a week to 2 weeks. But then getting it to the DOE and finding the time to meet so it matches their criteria. The positions are housed there and it has to be matched. But we're working with 2 separate agencies. So I hate to sit here and sound like they're not helping, but it takes time. We've had 2 in front of them for at least a few weeks.
Well, they should all be in front of them because it doesn't take you that long to create and put it in front of them. That's what I'm trying to get at. You know, you're working on 2, you could have been working on 4 at the same time and get it all in front of them at one
Okay.
time. Now you gotta keep going back and forth. You gotta go, wait for them for 2, then wait for them again for 2 more, then wait for them for 2 more. Does that make sense?
Doesn't make sense.
Then why
I've been
does
working
it?
I've been working as hard as I can.
It's not working hard, it's just working smarter.
But we're writing RFPs and writing RFQs and project managing some of our preschool classes. So that's not an excuse. I take full responsibility for making that decision.
Members' questions, Senator Favela.
Yeah, just a couple of things. The 11 classrooms were open in August 2023. School Facility Authority planned to build 44 pre-K classroom project by July 30th, 2024. With your testimony on page 3. Have the locations, addition of the 44 classrooms projects been selected? And what is the process you're using for the selection?
Yeah, thank you. Thoughtful question. 43 of the 44, I believe, have been selected. We have additional sites that we have to narrow down. There's one last position out there. So the process to do this, a survey was sent in collaboration with the Department of Education and Executive Office on Early Learning. And EOEL will present at some point today, but she uses an access and opportunity indicator and selected the additional 44 sites. So total of 55 sites so far. And again, we have for the July 2024 opening, 43 of those positions, I believe, YUCO sent to OTM to be posted for TATP, teacher assignment transfer.
Can you send us on this?
Absolutely.
And then my other question is, I know we are talking about teacher housing and trying to get them someplace to stay. Some of the teachers told me if we cannot work on campus, how are we gonna live together? But that's another problem. All I'm asking is that we have schools in my district that is ready to build upon, but no time limit. So I understand you're concentrating on the teacher housing and all of that. Reason why I bring this up is because Eva Elementary School is coming around for CIPs for 2 more additional classrooms for the overflow of Ho'opili Eva Beach. I talked to the developer of Ho'opili. They told me that the site for the elementary school was ready for 6 years. So did you guys even, DOE, or you guys even work to see if you guys, what you guys need to get this school done? Because the only people that is suffering for the Eva Beach Ho'opili is the old, I'm not say old school, but that school is old. And we have too many portables, and now we're gonna add 2 more portables because of the overflow of from Ho'opili. Now, the middle school doesn't even take the kids from Ho'opili. They go to Eva Mackay Middle. So when these schools are coming online and the other schools, hopefully Ilima Intermediate can build their classroom. The other one that was scary that they brought up to me is a $700 million for the Eva Beach High School, Loon Farms. 700 million, the projection cost of that school. By the end of this month, the school is going to be ready to build. They already got all the infrastructure in. Probably they're going to build a school too small, and Campbell's still going to have a problem in Kapolei. But I like to know what is the timeline, because this is part of you guys building new facilities besides the teacher housing, which is great. Like I said, my community, I know other communities are suffering, but I'm kind of selfish. But anyway, my community is busting at the seams because we're building houses by the hundreds, and I'm not against building houses. Ocean Point is not even finished yet. Gentry is not even finished yet. We're finishing the last phase. Ho'opili in another maybe 10 to 15,000 more homes. How is my community gonna be able to handle this when they got the projection of the developer is feeding their requirements in getting it ready to build, but then nothing is being built? Can you explain or give me a timeline?
Well, so I appreciate the passion. I don't have a timeline. I do appreciate being included in the conversation and look forward to working with the DOE to do this. I believe that's why part of the reason why SFA was created is to do some of this work. I do know in my previous position as area superintendent, there were discussions. This obviously is not my area, but there were discussions about this high school in the past. So we look forward. There's some funding there for planning, and we look forward to move ahead immediately. I would like to say yesterday for you, but that is the passion that I have, and that's why I'm sitting in this position today, is to help participate and find find ways to get this done ASAP.
Thank you. Maybe the reason is that I keep calling it Kapolei, and that's why maybe they cannot find the place because it's in Eva Beach. Thank you,
I
Chair.
got you. I hear you.
Other questions?
Yeah. So Keone, who in the DOE are you working with?
Sorry, my latest in terms of housing or in terms of new school or?
In terms of housing, you said that you work with in OTM. Who in OTM did you come?
Yeah, so in my reference to OTM were the positions that EOEL confirmed that she sent over to OTM
I'm
for
not
the teacher
following.
positions. And then for our positions, we work with whoever is assigned to us in the office.
Can I
calling
have
shots.
names? I mean,
Well, should-
it's just general. You're saying you're working with DOE or OTM, but I'm not sure who it is. So if I have follow-up questions, I want to know who to go.
Yeah, so the most success has been working with AS Bacon. And when when push comes to shove, Superintendent Hayashi has reached out and said who, when, et cetera, and has been very helpful. And different staff, I believe there's 3 different Seans in OTM. Sorry, I'm only close with Mr. Bacon, so that's who we're working with.
So in OTM, you worked with a Sean?
Sean. And Sandy Yamagata, sorry. Sandy has been helpful as well. And there's 3 Seans.
Okay, so when you have these meetings, what is the basis? Is this to look at locations for teacher housing or to actually?
Oh, so this I was referring to in excuse me, for our positions. I misread your question.
Okay.
In positions, not with OTM for teacher housing. This was back with OFO when we started talking with teacher housing.
Okay, well, I still want to know like who you're working with,
So-
because I want to follow up.
Our initial meeting was with Randy Tanaka. Our last meeting at Waipahu was with Deputy Otuguro.
Thank you.
And then with Mililani, we were beyond the process and started working with Principal Murphy for site.
So who is the one that you're waiting for the creative positions? Who it is at DOE that you're waiting for?
Yeah, the positions is in OTM. And again, I take full responsibility for only sending the next 2. So I have 3 more.
OTM, is that the Sean you're talking about?
Sean Bacon has been the most helpful.
Doesn't the question is, who
I
at
will-
DOE or OTM that you're waiting on, and how long have you been waiting for those 2 positions?
I can get you that exact date when we sent the position over.
Well, give me an estimated date. Don't give me
I
a
would say those positions.
2 weeks,
back
1
and
week,
forth for 2 months.
2 months.
The last 2 were in November. And they wanted some clarification on what these positions were gonna do. And so we
Okay.
met again right before Christmas. Right before Christmas was our last meeting, and then it's sitting there.
Let me jump to your telework. So all of these positions are full-time telework on table 22?
So the project managers and I are on campuses most of the time. So I know that doesn't tell the actual story. The rest of the positions, we meet wherever we can borrow. We've used the Board of Ed room at the Lily Okalani building. We've used the charter schools,
Okay, that's
but
not
we
the
don't
question.
have an office.
Question is, all of these 5 positions are full-time on telework. But you have here full-time
Yes,
telework. So they 100% of the time on telework.
when we're not on campuses, 100% of the time we telework.
Okay, and any of these people are supposed to be helping with getting these positions created?
Yeah, so Allison and business manager have been working heavily and meeting with the DOE as well.
Okay, so again, we go back to performance, we go back to productivity, and if they're on telework and these things aren't getting done, then that's a concern. And if, I don't know how you can justify that at this point.
I'm not opposed to telework. It's not my mode of operation.
Questioning is you're telling us you don't have the time, you're working as hard as you can, but we see full-time, everybody's on telework. And it seems like, why are these things getting done?
I don't want them to be on telework.
Okay,
But I'm not opposed to it either, but my wish is that we all were in an office working
so
together.
it's not your determination? Who determines in their telework?
Me.
Okay, so you can have them all come in. There's,
Where do we come in? Wherever we can find space, we come in as often as we possibly can. We don't have an
So where
office.
is your space?
We don't have one. We don't have an office.
Why not?
We've been negotiating for at least space for about a year
With whom?
with with Dags and Sofo, I think is the realty company.
there's no space at DOE, there's no space.
Yes, we went back and forth for a couple of months, and in the absence of space, we
Well, can
was
I ask
scattered.
who at DAGS and who at DOE are you working with to get space?
Initially we worked with AS Tanaka he offered a little desk in the foyer of their office at the Queen Liliuokalani Elementary School, which wouldn't suffice. We worked with, at DAGS with Ernie, and Ernie's been jumping in really helpful because the person that was assigned to us, I think, got really busy. So we've been working with Ernie at DAGS. Ernest, I can get you those names.
Yeah, but what's your operating budget?
1.7.
And how much of that, you can't commit any of that to rent?
We can. It's the process is you fill out a form. They do a,
No,
They-
let me rent private even for now until they can find.
Okay, we have so many people on telework. We have a lot of rooms available throughout the state or space available throughout the state. I can't believe we can't find a space, right? We had that question with DAGs, and so I can't believe at all the schools there's no space. I know there's space at UH. Where's the Wahoo? Where's the Wahoo, the life science building? Nobody there.
I hear we got close a couple times and it's a different reason every time. Again, I'm trying to,
No wonder everybody watches this.
So AS Tanaka is no longer with EDN. So who are you working with at Department of Education?
well, we haven't revisited because we're at the lease. The lease paperwork came through our office and went to the realtor. So we didn't revisit that yet.
When was that?
December 24, I want to say. And so December 24, and we followed up, and Ernest was on vacation, and we followed up at least every week since our last staff meeting on Wednesday. It was reported that the paperwork is with Sophus, and I've been calling business manager and myself have been calling that office since she could be on vacation. I don't know why.
You can see though, if SFA cannot even negotiate to lease their own space, how can we have confidence that you're gonna go and develop all these things?
Yeah, I completely understand.
So who in the DOE are you specifically working with? So I can go talk to the superintendent as to
we
why.
since we started the process with DAGS, we haven't revisited that. We
That's not what
went
I'm
down.
asking you. I'm asking you who you've worked with. How many times have you met? What? I want to help you find space. I
I know.
don't know who you work with. That's a problem.
I know you do. I've corresponded with Deputy Chan, with Deputy Otoguro, with Camille a few times. I tried everything.
You ask for space from them.
I
Sure.
I asked.
Can we see the correspondence?
I can.
22nd Avenue. We walked that area. Had guys that was left over from Hawaii 5-0. I think they finally went clean out that area that was using for space for storage. Not beautiful, but it's a room. So you guys should look at that because we was letting people use it for very low price for store their items from Hawaii 5-0 privately, not from the movies. But I heard they vacated the area on 22nd Avenue where that building's there because we walked through it. It's not beautiful, like I said, but it's a building.
But you only need 6 people. You only have 6
Well,
people.
I'm gonna work on the next 3 right after this. So
Okay,
that
but-
I will be an OTM. We've been pretty successful in posting and hiring quickly.
Okay, well, you have 6 people. I mean, there gotta be some portable somewhere that DOE has at some campus.
I will begin correspondence again today.
So when you
Wait a minute.
find this space, you're gonna make sure all of your people come back in with no telework.
Absolutely.
Chair, can we ask public safety if they're still using that one trailer that they on retrofit for COVID? Because it's sitting there, they're not using it.
We can, but we should just work with if DOE has lots of real estate, so we should.
Find them says they cannot find them. Try.
I know.
Okay, when you look at table 23. So just, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 of you. Then I don't see any. the travel cost, that just came out of your operating budget.
Yes. Yes,
Because that, the cost paid by state or other entity, that part is not filled.
by state. One of these is other entity, the rest is state. Why is it? Oh, I thought it, yeah. I thought if there was a difference, you fill that column in. It's the same.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Can you explain some of these trips, the 4,272, that was executive director, that's you?
That was we attended the Education Commission of the States.
When you say we, who?
Board Chair Oshima is paid, goes on his own and paid for Scott Fuji and I.
Why do so many people have to go?
No, but this is only one person, right? The second one is the administration.
No, the 4,000,
There's two.
second to the last line, $1,272. It's, where was that
I
at?
don't see it clearly.
That was that was in Minneapolis. We visited public pre-K space, discovery schools, and then attended the education commissions of the states.
Was that more important than getting those positions done? Because you also went on another one in 10, 12, 23, and 11, 6, 23, right?
Yes.
Again, these are priorities. I mean, it's hard to justify.
What has been your discussions with the governor on housing response for Lahaina?
So we were invited to participate in two different task force, one for permanent housing and one for temporary housing, temporary JTH housing.
Okay.
So we participated, we attended most of those meetings. The permanent housing committee has not met or hasn't invited me since the first meeting. That was Salmalu. And then with the temporary housing with Wendy, Mono.
So you haven't led anything with the governor because we have remnant parcels right next to Lahaina Luna, right? And,
Yes,
and
so-
to not offer that up, that's why when you said the 15 million got rejected, I wonder if your narrative isn't correct in telling them what you have to offer on Maui.
Right, so meeting with the Joint Housing Task Force, there's been some back and forth. Deputy Otogoro's been on that meeting. Deputy Chan's been on the meeting. We spoke about those lots. To avoid any confusion on where those lots remain, we went to DOT to ask them, Ed Sniffen believed that it had been transferred. We checked at the DOE, it hadn't quite been transferred. So we met with the governor's team, Blake and Scott Glenn, December 28, I believe, to offer a possibility of the governor transferring those lots to SFA should he want to. And we could take the ball and run with those lots and try to engage at least Wendy. And she had a bunch of people at the table, whether it was FEMA or Red Cross or a bunch, but without control of those lots, we went straight to the governor's people and met with Blake and Scott.
So it's in progress.
From my understanding, Blake has met with Chair Oshima to make sure that it's okay for me to proceed with that. And
But you have no money attached to it.
there's no money attached. So we did propose to them if they knew of any funding sources to let us know. But again, we wouldn't move forward until we had control of some of, at least of the 7 or 8
Well,
parcels.
but I think what concerns me is when I reread the veto message, right? It just said you got 50 mil, and then then they restricted your 45 further.
Right.
But it never said that you have to focus on Oahu. So I'm just wondering why you chose to focus on Oahu versus spreading some of the projects out throughout the state.
Yeah, so we have the RFQ ready to go on Maui. as
Right,
well.
but you said you put out the Oahu one, but why not the Maui one?
It was just one choice versus the other, and we chose to release one that we thought would get bigger access and bigger control. And we had site.
But if you don't put a RFP, you don't know, right, on Maui, what was going to be offered to you.
True, we had no site in mind. We did not have the control of the 7 lots, and we met with HHFDC, who was gonna help the DOE with the previous proposal, and they didn't put out the RFP because they said it was cost prohibitive. So we tried to focus, having to choose one with the information we had, we focused on one that we thought could possibly be cost effective.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to, if we're gonna solve the housing shortage, especially for teachers, we're gonna have to move concurrently, right?
Yes.
So I think it's either we got to clear up the narrative of what you're asking for, because I would assume Maui is a top priority for the governor, especially in housing. Everyone's clamoring for it. You have some really good assets there. I would assume you're going to be part of the conversation, but it doesn't really seem like that's the way we're going. So I would challenge you to refocus on that, and maybe we have to make clearer that these are the assets that you have.
I accept that. I accept that challenge.
Well, I guess the other question goes back to what Senator Favela was asking is, so have you spent any of the other funds that were assigned to you in SFA and the capital side last session HB 300?
Just Act 257 monies and renovations for public pre-K and some.
So you haven't even started on any of those 3 projects in HB 300 then?
No, we haven't.
So what, are you just going to let them lapse, or what is the plan for those 3
We
appropriations?
would like to do a school in Central Maui.
Right, I would too.
Where that school is and what size of that school has not, we could not determine. We tried to work with some of the consultants that the DOE used in figuring out
Yeah,
overflow pool.
I get it,
and-
but you have 3 appropriations that you may lapse if you don't move, right? So I would assume that you need to at least start making some progress and planning. And
I really would love to move on either of those.
So what do you need from us to move in that direction? Because it does alarm me that, we're not, you get, although you had funds, and I get you for the housing side, you didn't have the funds, but then on the capital side, you have the capital projects, and you need to move on those. So we just need to know how to make those move, right?
Got you. And I don't know how to move forward on either of those without a client to build for. That's kind of the awkward place in being here. Like, where do we focus and what grade levels and what the need is? I don't know what the need is on Maui. There hasn't been worked with the CAS did not know, right? The CAS is like, we're still trying to open Kulani Hokoi, right? So we tried to engage the conversation on what is going on in Pukui versus Wailuku. Was that one's at overcapacity, one's at undercapacity. So there's a lot of decision making that has to be made outside of me. We would love to do it. I didn't take this job to lapse money, right? I want to do it. I'm begging to do it. It's been the most frustrating part of this job.
But then from the DOE, there's the same thing that Senator Kadani was saying, because you keep telling us you want to do this, you have the job for do this. I asked you this last session because you didn't have an office space and you're traveling from the neighbor islands to over here. Now, if I wanted to, I get I don't know how much $1 million you had. Yeah, I'll go and go look one of those renter offices that they tow on one trailer and find out where I can park that trailer to make my office. See, you gotta wanna do it. The amount of salaries and money you guys having for teleworking, it's crazy. And then who's from the DOE? Executive Senator Kadani. Give us the person so we can sit them in front of us and prioritize these schools and these projects. Because you can hope all you like, but it's not gonna happen when you're hoping. Because if this money lapse and only people gonna suffer is our constituents. Right now, Ever Beach is suffering, Maui is suffering, Mililani, all these places are suffering. We like one plan. Same thing that Senator Moriwaki always say. What is the plan? And you don't know the plan. So who we need to go to help you with the plan? That's what we want. That's what we want. So if you don't know right now, just think about it and give Senator Kadani a holla, and we can bring them to the pala, whatever. You know what I mean? Because this is not happening because you don't know. You want to hope, but you don't know. Tell us. Maybe you don't tell us because we're on YouTube or whatever this TV thing say, and you don't throw nobody under the bus. But this passed the bus already. We gotta move it or lose it, right? Yes, thank you, Chair.
I do want to go back to the pre-K classrooms. The DOE did 11 and then they transferred over funds for you to do the other 44. So where are you? What is the plan?
So we began on the first 11 classrooms.
That was done by DOE.
Well, We all
LGBT.
plan to get,
So where's,
so we did the first 11 working together as a group using the DOE's IDIQ. We have the 44 in my response to Senator Favela. We have 43 of the 44 either in design. We finished an additional classroom over the holidays and 5 more since then. And we have a cadence to get to the 44 by August 2020.
can we see your
Or-
plan on your schedule
Sure,
on what the other
absolutely.
43 44
Absolutely.
into the
Absolutely.
the first?
Well, you said you have what, 3, 4 ready to go or done?
There's 5 more that have since been completed.
5 completed of the 44 or include, it's over and above the 44,
No. So we did 11 in the first.
right?
There was operational monies for the first 11 and then operational monies for the next 44. So that's how we prioritized them. And we got 43 of the 44 in some form of design now, 5 of which have been completed construction. There's a bunch of them, about 20 that won't start construction until the teacher leaves for the summer.
So the 5 complete is just the construction is not ready to go into.
There's no teacher in those 5 classes yet. Only 1 additional class opened since the first 11, 1 ahead of schedule.
And so what's anticipated opening for these 5 completed? ones?
Before the start of teachers in August 2024.
And this is 5 on top of the 11.
Well, no,
Not
there'll
part of
be,
the
there'll be
11.
44 total on top
No,
of
no,
the
but
11.
the 5 you're saying ready to go.
Yes, have been
Is part of
completed,
the 11
have
or
been
part of the
completed
44?
since. Have part of the next 44.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. So, with the UE recently announcing that it will lapse the millions of CIP funds that was not been able to expend down. How does SFA fit into this picture?
Well, I mean, we want to be a part of the solution and be a collaborative strategy along with the DOE. Those monies were sent to the DOE. We're trying to expend on the monies we have in teacher housing and pre-K. And again, we haven't worked on the new schools just by not knowing where to begin. We've reached out numerous times. My last correspondence for Kapolei was on December 8th, from a text message from Castajima that says, "We are meeting now. Can you be on standby?" I was on standby. My next text was, "Meeting's over. We didn't need you. Somebody from the DOE will contact you." That's the last correspondence on December 8th I had for new schools. So public pre-K has been something that we've sort of figured out. And the teacher housing, we got our RFP out for that. So
You guys talk about teacher housing. On Molokai, the teacher housing burnt down. What role do you play in that rebuilding of that teacher housing?
the legislation, last year's legislation said Nanakuli, Waipahu, Mililani, Kolaupoko, and the remaining counties. So we could have a part to try to help. The SFA doesn't have a plan to build and operate housing. We would need an operator in that sense.
So in the meantime, you guys take direction from DOE, or you guys just
We have,
hold the line until like something's thrown at you, or?
we haven't taken any direction from DOE on housing on Molokai.
So why? I mean, because like
I can
every other
certainly-
place we go on,
I can certainly ask. I'm not sure who to ask in DOE, but I can start somewhere and see where it goes for housing.
I mean, that has been a huge priority. I mean,
Yeah, I have an issue with you keep saying you're going to ask DOE. You're a separate entity.
Yeah,
If,
Right.
if the school burned down, did you go look at it to
I
see?
didn't even know the school burnt down. I wasn't even informed that. I did not know a school burnt down in Molokai. I do not know what else to say.
so the housing, the teacher housing burnt down.
Nobody informed me. I did not even know there was housing on Molokai.
So like, do so that's what I'm trying to say. So does SFA not have an inventory of
We
what?
don't have an inventory of the schools. So
So, yeah,
I just don't. I don't have an inventory of the schools. I would like to know what's.
So we're just waiting for somebody to call you to tell you, what needs to be done.
Fair enough,
That's what it sounds like.
fair enough,
So,
fair enough, Senator.
I kind of like go back to the, I guess the other question on, office space.
Alan?
Were you guys ever offered a space by DAGs, office space?
We were offered two desks in the state auditor's office next to their lounge.
So,
We went and visited twice and it was asked if we could build a wall and create a new entrance.
and you guys never like,
One, it was a temporary space. I didn't think it would justify going to permitting and building this wall and creating a door. It didn't seem like a door could be created where they were suggesting. And so we filled out the forms to lease space.
Okay.
And we
Thank you.
started that process and negotiating and it fell through and we started again.
thank you, Chair.
Can we ask if there's anybody from the board here? Nobody from the board, SFA board? Who's your board chair?
My board chair is Alan Oshima,
And then who else is on it?
Harold Edwards, Bettina Maynard,
How often do you meet with them?
first Tuesday of every month as a whole board.
And they don't question you on these things about what's in your inventory, what's your plan? They don't go over that?
They do.
They do? So you should have known what your inventory is then.
Oh, I did. And then didn't think you meant inventory of all the schools. I thought you meant inventory of the legislation that were assigned to us. I apologize.
So no, they don't ask you that kind of stuff.
Not for the inventory of all the campuses. We have seen like the Jacob study and different studies that outline the acreage of land, et cetera.
How
Out
can
there.
you know what the needs are if you don't even know what the inventory is? Current inventory. It's kind of like President Lazar not knowing that he had 800 beds taken out of inventory for over 7 years. How do you not know your inventory?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. I didn't do an inventory of all the schools. I certainly have lists of all the schools. It's public information, but in terms of spending time running plans for all the schools in the state, I haven't done it.
No, it's not running plans. It's just getting an inventory.
I know the schools. I know, I have the directory. I was a
So,
DOE employee.
so you know which school, what the inventory is for the housing?
I-
For each of those areas,
I don't know that. I don't know all the
Okay.
housing projects.
but isn't teacher housing fall under you?
Yes.
Yes.
So that project we're working on, in
So-
terms of the houses being built,
so-
I don't know.
So if housing is under you, wouldn't you need to know what your inventory of housing currently is?
No, so the 44 teacher cottages operated by the DOE is operated by the DOE. We did not take over those 44 units.
That's not the question, whether you took it over. The question is, do you know what the inventory is so you know what the demand might need to be? No.
Yeah, I certainly could find the 44. I know I've heard it in presentations in the past that there were 44 owned by the DOE. I knew the ones that were in my district.
Thank you.
Okay.
So you're administratively attached to the Department of Education, which means you're independent and you have your own board.
Yes.
So when you looked at a plan of some sort to say, this is what we're going to do, whether it's teacher housing or pre-K units or looking at new schools, you must have had some idea of what kind of information do I need in order to make my plan of where I'm going to use my resources or what resources I'm going to ask for. Did you do that?
We did that for public pre-K. We know the statute for the monies released for design for East Kapolei and for Central Maui.
But no, I'm saying, do you know what the needs are so that you know where to put building it like
It's a little tough to assess. We met with both Kukui and Wailuku. One was they had too many students at Kukui and Wailuku was half the capacity. So we looked at some of that data, whatever we could find.
So did you ask DOE, give me the data, what do you have in your schools so that they must have I know they have lots of
We
data.
did ask to begin the conversation.
So what happened?
It ended there. We haven't had further conversation on new schools.
So the DOE wasn't sharing it with you.
I think they had other things to do. We met about, yes.
Okay, so it's hard when you don't know what you're doing if you don't have the data.
I don't know where to build a school in Maui, or even if it's K-5 or K-6 or K-8.
Because you're gonna get the money and you know, not gonna make it in places where it's needed.
I absolutely. That's why we haven't started on Maui. We do not want to start building in an area where there's no need. We want to know where the need is. We want to-
So have you met with any of the complex area superintendents or principals to see what the needs are?
Yeah, so I mean, I met with the CASs. I didn't have direct meetings with the principals other than Principal Murphy as when we got to this stage in the game for housing on Mililani, and we need to provide access for, you know, site assessments and such. So that level of participation is needed.
So the CASs that you met with, they didn't give you a list of their priorities or their concerns?
So I mean, we asked about Central Maui, CAS, and we asked at Kapolei, and there's been internal conversations with the DOE, and I got correspondence to say we're meeting internally and somebody will get back with you.
Teacher housing on.
Yeah, so I kind of want to go back. If you met with the Kaz Winky, right off the bat, well aware of the teacher cottages being burned. And you mean she never bring that up to you?
Well, I never met with her about the teacher cottages being burned. I met with Kaz Tajim about East Kapolei High School and Kaz Sides about Central Maui for those two.
So you never met with Kaz Winky then?
No, not about those cottages. We met with where we were gonna go and set the RFP, we met with those people. I didn't meet with all the Kazs.
Wow. How long you been in your position?
A year and a half. 30 years with the DOE and a year and a half here.
Okay, I wanted to go to table 20. So the 200 million, I know you talked about the classrooms. Of the 200 million, how much is left?
Currently, probably about 170.
So you only spent 30 so far.
Well, we're doing the next 44 classrooms and that'll be another 17-ish million. And then cohort 2 will be just as we go forward.
So the plan is to spend the full 200 by when?
2025, 2026, we have two different projections depending on how we can get our modulars installed and what the installation cost. We don't have an installation cost because each site is so different.
Okay. You might want to come up with a plan to expedite spending that 200 million
Okay,
Instead of
instead
of holding it. You guys have a rough plan?
we have a rough plan that shows if we do the cadence of 40 to 50 classrooms per year, when we would run out of money, so to speak. But
Are you intentionally limiting it to 45? I mean, why not just spend all of it?
well, and so finding the sites and where the need is one thing. Finding a client to operate it is another. So we work with state libraries to have in their new projects. We worked with UH, we worked with EOEL on the DOE campuses, and we've met with charters, and we have a list of charter participants that we're going to work with. Beyond those that were asked of us, it would probably be a random spend and maybe not as intentional. And so that's why we're trying to move it as the need arises.
But I thought there was a matrix already on, right?
Well, there's a matrix of numbers and where there's empty seats, but specific sites and where to build, we don't have that specific of a matrix.
How much does it cost per classroom?
For a new construction,
Well, to renovate or
well,
within the
renovations have
schools?
been coming in around 300,000. Some a little less, some a little more. We haven't done the phase 2 part that requires the permitting for the installation of new fixtures, bathrooms and sinks. So that'll have an additional cost attached to those sites.
Maybe you can share the matrix with us on the build out
I will,
of spending the
I'll share
200.
both, the plan that of the next 44, so you all have it. The ones that were completed and then how the spend out will go. Again, I apologize, it's not down to the exact location as we continue to work with our
Okay.
partners.
You know, when the LG had the 11 that came up really fast, it seemed like they had all the materials were the same and they built out the same so that they could go faster and it would be, you know, less expensive. So
Yeah.
is that plan still usable for the other
Absolutely. We
44?
captured all that, starting very early in meeting DOE, DOEL, SFA with some of the partners that did this work on the first 20 classrooms, which I was a part of 15 years ago, the last 10 a few years ago, and then kind of refined it down to now. So these classrooms they're different sizes and there's different height of ceiling and such, but for the most part, it's just a wash, rinse, repeat. It's
Because then
replicated.
you,
what's done.
you save in cost too, because you're doing all the same materials, right? that you're bringing in
Absolutely.
bulk.
And bringing in the same furnitures and
Right.
doing it.
Yeah. So
That same
you have
process.
that template.
It's written like an ed spec. It's kind of pretty. There's some
Same specs,
pictures,
yeah, the same specs that you.
but it's written like you would see nationally where there's ed specs. Because the firm that we used did that, did some of that work in the past.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, I want to go back to table 22. I'm sorry, table 23.
Page 28, yeah.
I don't know what page it is. So when I asked you about the travel, the 4,200, you said for two, that's just for you. The other one that went is below that,
Absolutely, yes.
3,000. So, and that same amount of days. So why was that one almost $1,000 less?
I'm not sure what's the difference. I apologize. Didn't mean to say, I just said that two of us went to this conference. I'm not sure why there's a discrepancy there.
So that's over $7,000 for one trip. And then you also went on another one in October, executive director and project manager each, 3,000 each. And then in November, you went again, and again, 2,627, and the other person attending, same thing, is 1,911. So why are your trip so much more than?
Again, I can get back to you with the exact expenditure on that trip. I'm not sure why there would be a difference on the two that's comparable, but mines are not.
Yeah, so why do two or more have to go? I mean, and you went like each month, it seems. Well, not each month, but October, November, July, October, November, when all of this stuff was on your plate. So in the year and a half, these are the only trips you took in the whole year and a half that you've been there?
No, in this year, yes.
In this year. So previously you went on the same
The
trips?
National Council of School Facilities to elect officers and attend the conference.
So in a year and a half, you've traveled, I mean, just in this one is over $10,000 in travel. It's just that you need to be accountable for all of this to taxpayers' dollars.
I understand.
Any other questions? Okay, we're gonna take we'll reconvene at 1:30. And then we'll go in for early learning and then DOE. And I'm sorry, members. So the rest of the afternoon with Health and Human Services and Judiciary will reschedule. And Attorney General. Okay, recess. Okay, we're gonna call to order the Joint Committee on Health and Human Services and Ways and Means, and we're just gonna go over HHSC's budget for now. And then we'll adjourn, and then we'll have Department of Health later. And then following that, we'll go into early learning and then the rest of DOE. Okay, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity, Chair, Vice Chair, greetings, members of the committee. If it's okay, I would like to introduce some members of our regions that are here with me, and then I'll go straight to the information. With me, I have Stephen Nawahine. He is the CEO of Kuku Center. Next to him is Derek Akiyoshi. He's our CEO of our Oahu region, which is Leahi Hospital at Maluhia. And we have Lance Segawa. He is our Kauai region CEO in charge of Kauai Veterans Memorial Hospital and Samuel Mahelona Memorial Hospital. Dan Brinkman is here. He's our East Hawaii region CEO in charge of Hilo Medical Center, Ka'u Hospital, and Halehola Hamakua. We also have Clayton McGann with us somewhere. He's our West Hawaii region CEO. He's in charge of Kona Community Hospital and Kohala Hospital. So just briefly, in terms of our HHSC budget request, for the HTH 212 or the 3 regions, we are not asking for any additional general funds for operations over what was already appropriated in 2022. And those are critical funds that we need. Even at that level of funding, we're going to be making it through the fiscal year with just barely enough cash on hand at AP to get through. But we think we can do it. The only major change here is on table 6. If you look at HTH 211, which is Kahuku Medical Center, they did request in the budget about $1.4 million in additional general fund appropriations. However, the governor recommended $232,500 in additional general fund appropriation over the $1.8 million that they've already been appropriated in last year's budget bill. So if they do get the $232,500, that would bring their total general fund for fiscal year 2025 up to a little over $2 million in general fund appropriations. And basically, we'd also have CIP requests for our regions. We requested about 31.1 million for HTH 212.
Members, for us, that's page 61. Table 15.
So we requested 31.3 million. The governor recommended 25.5 million. And we can talk about specific details if you folks have questions on that. For Kahuku Medical Center, again, they had requested about 1.4 million additional general funds for fiscal year 25. The governor recommended about 232,500. They think they can make that work. For CIP, they had requested another $5 million in CIP funds. Governor recommended 1.5 million, and I think we'll be okay with that as well. For Oahu region, they are now also requesting any additional general fund appropriations beyond what is already included in last year's budget bill. Last year for fiscal year 25 is about $23 million in general fund appropriations. For Oahu region also, they requested about 11.9 million in additional general obligation bond CIP projects. The governor did not recommend any monies for that, but they are looking for the community support in terms of some of their CIP projects. And most of these are range from about $500,000 to $1 million per project. So
that's not going to be able to come out of the lump sum.
No, the lump sum is for specifically for the 3 HHSC regions, the HTH.
Okay, so what's the Oahu ones for?
Just for the Leahi and Maluhia.
Oh. Okay. Okay, and
Yeah, they have a separate program ID, the HTH 215.
Just wanted to know what was happening with both the Leahi and the Maluhia.
What's the
hospital.
plan?
What's the plan? The use of the funds and what has been done?
I'll just preface it as you folks know, there's a law already on the books to transition the Oahu region to the management of Oahu region to the Department of Health. The deadline for that was pushed back to December 31st, 2025, no later than that. So that's currently on the books. I believe there's legislation that's going to be coming back around again that was initially brought up last session to repeal that transition. So, and I think that's kind of where we stand right now with the transition.
So maybe you could also cover what the transition looks like and what's your plan? What works?
Okay. Now you have a master plan for those 2 facilities though, right?
We do.
Yeah.
So
the CIP, how is the request related to the master plan?
So the CIP requests for this year are basically for deferred maintenance programs and life safety projects.
So tell me more specifically, what exactly is it covering with the funding?
Exact, you mean
Yes.
project wise?
No, okay, so you're planning to transition back. Is that part of the transitioning back, or what is the plan?
For the transition, we're hoping to stay with HHSC and not transition over.
No,
to-
I think she means what's
What-
going to be the focus of the hospitals as far as patient care? What kind of
What's
programs?
gonna be there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for programs, we're going to continue our long-term care efforts for both facilities. At Leahi, we're also.
Well, you're going to build it out, right? It's not going to just be continue status quo. You have a plan to maximize and take care of those specific populations with increasing the amount of beds and services, right?
Right. So we've been working on some of those projects at Leahi Hospital, for example. What we did is move around some of our programs. So the Department of Health's Hansen's disease program moved from charter building into the young building. And
No, but overall, how many patients do you ultimately want to have once your plan is fully built out?
so at
both
Leahi,
fac-
we're
Yeah.
gonna
Start
have
with Leahi.
capacity for 114 long-term care residents,
And you have how many now?
105.
Okay,
So we're basically pretty full.
okay.
We also have a program with the Department of Health, Hawai'i State Hospital that has 28 beds for patients from the hospital that they care for in this home.
Yeah.
And
But I thought you guys were working with UHCDC on coming up with that.
okay, so with the UHCDC,
Yeah.
Sean can maybe comment on that.
Okay,
Good afternoon, chairs, Vice Chair Sean Sanada on behalf of the Oahu region. So, yeah, I think there's some confusion there. We have prior discussions with you, Chair, and some of your staff regarding what our plans are for the Leahi campus. So, what Derek was mentioning earlier are current existing projects to use the existing space. But we do have a separate project on the side where we're working with Kathy Hoshar with UHCDC. So the thing about it is, this all pertains to the unusable space that's currently unusable. And right now.
yeah, so you'll have the 114 beds
Right.
and then you're going to maximize the unusable space using the proof of concept that you guys
Correct.
developed with
Correct,
CDC.
right, so the.
I think that's what she wants to see. She wants to kind of see when it's all said and
Right.
done, how are both plans built out?
Right. Okay, so.
Yeah.
What Derek mentioned earlier was our usable space and it's all gonna be occupied. So there's nothing that can be used that's usable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our project is still in the infancy stage with Kathy.
Okay.
Over at UHCDC. So they're finalizing the contract right now for them to do the study. What we did until now is we worked with the School of Architecture grad students. They dedicated the past semester to developing ideas for how we can, maximize the use of the campus. A lot of those ideas were very innovative, but to tell you the truth, the final projects were not financially, feasible. So now we're taking some of those ideas, some of those concepts to go into the project with UHCDC, where it's actual analysis of the spaces.
Oh, so now you're going deep.
Right. Now we're going for the deep dive, and the actual product of what's going to come from that, we can't get to that point yet because the full assessment hasn't been done.
Okay.
But
I think what she wants to see, what's your timing then?
the timing would be, so as you can see in our request for CIP money this year, it
No,
doesn't.
to get the final proof of concept. How much longer? Another year?
We're anticipating another year, and then immediately after that, we're going to take all of those concepts and ideas, put into something very concrete, and that's when our actual asset's gonna.
Okay.
But what is your ultimate objective in terms of number of beds for long-term care or skilled nursing? And if you're working with the Hawai'i State Hospital, right? You said.
Right.
So what portion and what are you going to build out to?
So specifically for long-term care beds, right now, we can only operate at our capacity at both Malihia and Leahi. The reason for that is if we did any significant renovations, CMS came out with the rules of participation that heavily regulated renovations and what the requirements are. We're grandfathered into the old system where we can have quad beds or quad rooms, 4 beds to 1 room. But if we did any material renovations, then that would decrease our bed capacity in half.
Oh, okay, so you're gonna leave it as is on the current.
Right, right.
And how many do you have now that you could use beds in Leahi and in
Right,
Mauna?
so that's where we have the 114 capacity.
114.
Yes.
So that's why, once the CDC and you finalize the plan, then you
Right.
can see how you can accommodate both.
Correct. So it could
without
either-
having to go.
Right.
Yeah.
It could either be more beds, but at the same time, it could become something completely different because we're trying to be innovative with the
Revenue generating.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. We're focusing on revenue generating or break even high public benefit, like we discussed before.
Yeah.
So, and that's what this project is going to center around. So at this point, because it's so early in this, in the,
Okay. Do you think the CDC could present some, or jointly you guys can present the direction you're going in? It doesn't have to be the final, but at least people can kind of follow you along as you guys are going through this process.
I think that would be,
Yeah, I
that'd
think
be
that
a
would
good
be
idea
right.
for,
Yeah,
for us and for the CDC.
See what you ultimately can provide to the community once it's built out, and then look at the cost backing into it.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, so, Queens has a potential partnership with you folks for use of Leahi. Is that gonna be part of the unusable space, or is that gonna be part of the 114? This is the wait list.
So the wait list is actually going to be addressed through Malahia.
Oh, not Leahi, I thought it was Leahi.
Yeah,
That was part of the discussion earlier, but because we moved different units around so that we can accommodate these new projects, one with the city and county.
The core.
Yeah, the core program. That one is moving into the old Mohali space. And then we move them into our young building. And then the other part of the open space is being occupied by a DOH program. Leahi is full. I mean, there's no more space except for our regular long-term care beds where we're operating at 101.
Okay, so the Queens one, where you folks have the partnership,
Yes.
that's gonna be Maluhia. I'm sorry. How many beds is in Maluhia as far as long-term care beds that you folks are using, and how many what portion of that are you guys gonna use in public partnership with Queens?
So right now we have an open unit at Maunahea that we're considering for this program. It has 38 beds in a unit.
Because even that would make an impact for Queens, right?
It was,
Yeah.
and so what
Yeah.
we've done so far is admit 5 of their patients that were considered under this program. But we incorporated those patients into our regular population. So what we're hoping to do is be able to expand the bed count into the open unit that we have there.
But is that part of the CDC is going to help you kind of flush out that facility too?
So on the Leahi side, is where the CDC will focus.
Oh, okay, not the
Unused
other
space.
side. Oh,
Okay,
okay.
the space is usable, but we're gonna dedicate that space to the screening program.
Yeah.
And decrease the wait list.
So what's the ultimate count that you're
Yeah.
going to go up to at Maluhia?
Long?
58.
What's that?
It'd be 158 if you open up all 38 beds on that.
Our target would be up to about 115 to 150.
And how many are you at now again?
Right, so right now, what we have are two half units that combine to form like one.
So how many beds?
That's 7.
So
Oh, so doubling.
right now, Maunahea operates 120 beds.
Oh, okay.
And then we're gonna incorporate this new unit for
38.
38 beds. So
Oh.
total 150.
Oh, I see. That's how you, but the 120 is already full?
We're not full because we have some staffing challenges.
Oh,
But assuming fully staffed in what we're currently operating, then we'll get up to 120. Then if we were to be able to staff the vacant unit for this particular purpose, then we're looking at 150.
So your CIP request takes into account the potential partnership with
no,
Queens,
no, that didn't get funded by the governor.
Yeah, but we don't really need CIP funding for
Because they're gonna pay
Maunahea
for it.
If I
because the unit is.
No, sir. I mean, if I can just address our actual request this year. So our actual request here is.
The initial request that-
Yes, correct.
that did not get funded.
Correct. So we were funded like 3 point something million initially, and then we're asking for a supplemental of 6.2 in this session. But combined, that total like around 9 or so million does not address CDC or anything. because
No,
the
yeah,
CDC
it's not done.
Right.
You still have to do that.
This is more for, things like life safety issues, we have.
Okay, maybe you guys should send a list of the breakdown of your initial request to the committees and then we can review it.
Oh, yeah.
We will do it. We will.
Yeah.
Yeah, current and then the future, what you're looking at, but basically, what do you have now?
Yeah, so we can get the list of the breakdown of the requests that got denied.
Right.
And then at some future time, hopefully in the session, CDC can present at least a direction of where we're going. I know we know it's not finalized, but we can kind of see where you guys are headed.
Oh, yeah.
And this also doesn't take into account the potential Maui veterans, if you folks take it over.
It doesn't.
Okay, that'll be a future budget.
And that'll be, initially fully organized by the Department of Defense. Because in this, our current Veterans Home Project, they took the ball, they got all of the funding, state and federal, the matching, and then they were in charge of the construction. We came into the picture at the end when it comes to.
Operating, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that will come under
Operation.
Ganhara guys.
POD.
Yeah. And then once it's ready to be operational, then it transfers over.
So just to clarify, so you're gonna still stay under HHSC? You're not gonna go to the?
Well, we need the bill.
What are,
That's our
so what is the plan?
So the Department of Health is, from what when we last left off, they submitted a bill last session, and I
To
think that
repeal.
they're ready to repeal. And
Yeah.
they will be doing the same this session.
Okay, so that you will be with.
Well, where is the bill now?
It's part of the governor's
No.
package.
No. Last year, where did the bill die?
Oh,
Because that bill is still alive.
Oh, health.
Oh,
I thought we put it off. I thought we passed with an amendment to just put it off. Yeah,
no, but I'm just wondering where the bill died, because if it's not us, we're not your problem.
Yeah, right.
No, I don't think it was this committee.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, any other questions for HHSC?
well,
No, for HHSC.
so for Big Island, you folks' request is in here then.
Thank you.
The KL. Ambulatory care.
That's part of our initial request to the governor, and like as you said,
Is it part of the governor's package?
it's, the governor gave us a lump sum. Instead of individual line items, he gave us a lump sum, about 25.5 million for the 3 regions, so. We'll have to
So it's
divide it.
amongst yourselves.
Yeah,
divide it amongst ourselves.
Yeah, that's table 15.
Okay,
So if you look at table 15, there's only 2.
I saw it, yeah, 25.5.
Yeah,
request. Yeah,
and then Kahuku. So Kahuku just separated out 1.5 and it's not part of the 25.
That's correct.
So none of the 25 is gonna go Kahuku.
None of it, yeah.
Oh,
They have a
it's-
separate program ID. So,
Okay. It's for all the other ones.
the 25.5 is for the 3 HHSA regions, so East Hawaii, West Hawaii, and Kauai.
Oh, okay. Because Maui has
Maui
its
has a
own
separate
subsidy,
program ID,
yeah.
so they have
And
to
then
all
there's
come out.
Oahu has to come back with
Right,
a detailed
another
list,
request,
yeah.
right.
a breakdown as to the 25 million, who gets what? Not yet,
No, you can send that to us.
yeah, can you send it
Yeah,
to us? Because
I mean,
need some-
in general, yeah.
Yeah,
the
just a
basic
breakdown of
yeah.
the 25.
Okay.
Okay,
Just one
Any other-
question on table 11, on your vacancies. When you run a hospital, you want your RPNs and, your nurses. And I noticed that you've got like lots of vacancies, like over 200 of the vacancies. That's like 20%. So how do you run a hospital?
Well, there are, and there are a lot of vacancies out there, for the nurse, for some of for the registry nurse, for the
RPNs, yeah.
for the RN positions.
RN.
We can get contracted nurse labor in, and we've been utilizing that quite extensively. Particularly at Kona Community Hospital this year, because they went through the Epic implementation. We had to backfill some of the nursing spots while they were training on the Epic system, so our registry nurse use has gone up. Probably since 2021, we've almost tripled in terms of the dollar expense. Some of it's usage and also some of it's the cost. The cost has gone up significantly since the pandemic.
So when we were visiting Kona, you had this kind of career ladder, glide path that was being developed. So is that being done in the
no, I
other
don't think so.
regions too, so that you can actually get people in and then train up and work with the community college.
No,
Yes.
Kona's program is independent of the community college.
Yeah.
Right now, yeah, but they've reached out to.
Yeah, because we were
Kona
telling
and
them, what are
myself.
you guys doing? You guys
Yeah.
doing nothing, and they had to develop it themselves.
Right, so they've
But
reached out.
is there any
Okay.
relationship, because they have good jobs Hawaii where the community college has money and, you've got the school of nursing, maybe.
No, it sounds like that may result that may end up happening as a result of this conversation.
And, we've been working with Good Jobs Hawaii program because it's part of the Healthcare Association. We participate
yeah,
heavily in
yeah.
that. So we've been involved with that for a while. So at all of our regions, we've worked with the
Yeah.
Good Jobs Hawaii program. And East Hawaii has their own, outreach they've done to students and schools. They have their own.
Well, can you
they have
just
their own-
update us once you and community colleges come up with an agreement so we can see how if this program can be scaled up statewide?
Yeah, because if you have empty beds because you don't have staff, then, we're building with empty beds for empty beds. So, you know what I
Well,
mean?
we're-
It's almost grow your own locally. That's what you
Yeah,
guys are
yeah,
trying to
that's what
do,
that's what we're
Yeah.
trying to do.
which is good.
Yes, and that's,
So-
that's.
Yeah, I mean, the committee was impressed,
Community, right?
the
It's
community was
thing.
impressed with the program.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you build with the community, that's where they
Yeah.
grew up, that's where they live. We want to
Yeah.
keep them there, right?
Yeah,
That's-
unfortunately, it's not a guarantee that they're going, when they graduate through the program, they're gonna stay.
Correct.
So that's the hard part, is you gotta scale it up so
Yeah.
that you have enough percentage.
Mhm.
Let's intern them so they can see what the work is like and they like it and they can stay on and they're living in the community. So
Correct.
it's all integrated.
Mhm.
Okay, table 23, you guys gotta add, you gotta find out what's going on here, because you got, some of the agendas are not collected. And there's no trip report. So I don't know if you can create an internal policy that's something that people have to turn in, especially if the cost is paid for by the state.
Generally, whenever we have,
It's
travel
all,
outside the state, there is a travel request form and there's a completed statement of completed travel form. that we-
okay,
we do.
there's a couple that have not.
Okay.
So there's one here. What is this? AHLA Annual Conference in San Francisco. $4,500, but no agenda, no trip report. Anyway, you guys can just go through it.
Yeah.
But there
we
should
have
be
that- we have the
consistency.
information, Yeah.
Okay. And maybe Malia, you can go through it. And then, hold on. And then I'm not quite sure for the table 22, the telework,
Mhm.
your reason is just telework agreement.
Yeah, we had implemented when the pandemic first came about.
You just kept the same policy throughout?
We tweaked it a little bit, but we had a telework agreement for a lot of our employees that were in the administrative type positions. So we kept that alive, and it's not like,
But you
my
didn't,
position is listed on here as well, but I come into the office pretty much.
yeah, but you didn't fill in the budget amount, salary amount, or process to evaluate. Those columns are empty.
I mean, we can put that in.
Yeah. And I don't know if you can send us a copy of any additional telework policy beyond and above the DHERD policy,
Oh, okay.
because it sounds like each department is coming up with their own, because the feedback we got from most is that it's so broad that they had to narrow it in some areas or develop additional policies in some areas. So if you have any documentation that show that, you can send
Yeah, I
that to
believe
us.
it's on the website, but we can send you a copy.
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of
Okay, reconvening the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Education. So now we hear from early learning. This is one of the first times we go from kupuna to keiki. So we had HHSC first, talking about long-term care, and then now we're going back to keiki. Okay, they don't have any additions actually for the operating budget, which is table 6. And they don't have any CIP requests. So this is really if members have questions for early learning.
We did prepare a very, very brief PowerPoint.
Okay,
Would
go
you like
ahead.
to hear it? Or-
Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Hello, chairs and vice chairs and senators. I'm Yuko Ariko, Cross Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning. I'm here today with Jordana Ferreira, our Government Affairs Specialist, Ku'ulei Kaluhiokulani, who's the lead of our EOEL Public Pre-K, and Lane Tsuchiyama, our Institutional Analyst.
Lelahua.
So the Executive Office on Early Learning statutory responsibility is to coordinate the early learning system. We currently work with many partners across state departments, agencies, and community stakeholders to effectuate that responsibility. So we know that investing in our youngest children yields tremendous benefits, both in the short and long term, and we are grateful for the legislators' investments in our field, especially over the last few years. Ensuring children have access to early learning opportunities not only supports healthy brain development, enhancing children's growth and well-being, but also ensures families have opportunities to work and continue their education. Early learning programs also provide jobs, bolstering Hawaii's economy at large. As such, EOEL is committed to our vision and ensuring every child has an access to early learning opportunities. We accomplish our vision in 2 main ways. The first is by improving the system as a whole, and also by administering the EOEL Public Pre-K program, which is done in partnership with the Hawaii Department of Education. As a part of our systems work, we hold the Head Start State Collaboration Office, director position within our office. And this liaison works with other Head Start grantees to ensure that we are leveraging these federal funds and supporting our communities that could benefit from Head Start programming. At the start of the biennium at last session, we made significant requests to increase EOEL public pre-K opportunities. Thanks to your advocacy and support, we were able to secure funding for 55 additional classrooms to open this upcoming school year in 24-25. We were really excited to announce that 11 of those were able to open 1 year earlier. And we also had 1 additional classroom that was opened on January 8th of 2024. As of today, we have 48 classrooms in operation. And this school year, due to Act 171 passing last session, we're also able to enroll 3-year-olds, which puts us on par with the Hawaii State Charter Schools and also aligns with the Preschool Open Doors expansion to 3-year-olds too. This would not have been possible without the tremendous work from our EOEL and Hawaii DOE team, who worked diligently over the summer and in the fall to quickly figure out how to fill necessary positions, to prepare all staff to take on the administrative tasks necessary to open and to enroll interested families. And this would not have also been made possible without Lieutenant Governor's support, School Facilities Authority and their team, and our many community partners who helped to share the news about the new classrooms with our families. As part of our systems work, we hold, sorry, not that one. We are also happy to share that we're on track to open the remaining 44 classrooms in August for a total of 55 classrooms to be in operation. These additional classrooms will serve an additional 1,100 students. We do not have any additional funding requests for this supplemental year. Everything that was appropriated in the last session adequately funds our current initiatives and our priorities. And that concludes our very brief presentation. And we just wanted to say thank you so much for your support. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, I had a question on table 11. So your vacancy report. I don't understand your last column, priority number 2, retain. Seems so arbitrary.
Yeah, so that's actually kind of interesting. I don't know where those numbers came from.
No, you provided the.
I know, I apologize. I'm so sorry.
Is that some are blank and then you have these random
Yes,
numbers.
I know. I'm so sorry. I don't know.
Okay, if you guys can maybe correct.
I'll fix that, yes.
Okay. And quick members' questions.
So is there a requirement that the children be potty trained before they come in?
No, there's not. So when you look at the Hawaii Early Learning Developmental Standards, which preschoolers look at, it's part of health and well-being, a standard, and it talks about what is appropriate for developmentally appropriate for 36 to 48-month-olds. And it's very appropriate at that age for them to learn how to say, I'm wet, I need to go to the potty, and what have you. So it's a part of their learning at that specific age. Yeah.
And so when your staff is hired, they know this.
Yeah, so when you go through early childhood education training, especially their state-approved teacher education program, it is a part of that, and the NAEYC standards as well.
Do you have problems finding staff?
Right now, our positions are filled. So, and what's one thing that's a little unique, because I've heard this concern about 3-year-olds in the past, but DOE public preschool, the early childhood special education preschool, they accept children from the day they turn 3. So they're actually younger than EOEL public pre-K children. And likewise, we've also had, in my experience, 4-year-olds and even some kindergartners who are not yet potty trained as well. So regardless of age, I think that there can be children who experience different milestones at different points in time. But I think that that's the reason we bring them in and give them the opportunity to learn from their peers as well.
Thank you.
You know, on table 22. So this is good. You guys have forms due.
Teleworking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who reviews them?
Me. Yeah, so I set up a process for this. So I came on board in May of 2022, so about a year and a half ago. And so things are kind of like in transition of coming out of telework and what have you. But I think, you know, because I was previously a principal of an elementary school campus, I knew that you have to kind of maintain like accountability of where your people are and what are they doing. So I decided to define what telework is for our office. And basically it's when you choose to work somewhere else that's not the office. And it's not because of like a site visit or a meeting or something like that. So sometimes, for example, we do a lot of work with national partners, and they always like to hold 6:30 in the morning meetings or 7 o'clock in the morning meetings. And so I don't expect people to drive into the office to take a 6:30 online call. So whenever they're finished, then they can come in afterwards. And so those are the kinds of things that we kind of consider. Or sometimes, you know, people are sick and I'd rather have them work if they're able to, but just stay home. And then instead of coming into the office sick or calling out sick, because sometimes there's some work that needs to be done. And so I think that these flexibilities also, I find that another challenge that kind of happens is that this going between in-person and virtual meetings. Sometimes your meetings are stacked back to back and you can't actually drive safely to your next location in time, or you have to arrive very early because your online meeting ends soon right after your in-person meeting ends. So they might have to like set up shop at a coffee shop or something like that because their next meeting is going to be right next door. So I think that that's how I'm pretty flexible with that. But every Monday, their telework report is due for the week prior. And so people in our office, I think that there are a couple of people who consistently telework. I will give up to 2 days a week if they needed to, and that could be flexible. But other than that, I call it intermittent teleworking. They still have to submit a
And it's
form
only
to me.
up to 2 days a week.
I said maximum.
Yeah.
Consistently, maximum. Yeah.
Senator DeCoite.
Thank you. So I just want to follow back up with the age of potty training. Because when I went to several of the schools, the biggest complaint was that they didn't sign up to do potty training. And some of the teachers that were hired were literally teachers that were asked to take those positions on, that they have been there for many years. And the challenges that they have now is literally they're spending more time trying to clean the individual student up versus teaching. So how do you justify what you said earlier, that, you know, it's part of that learning process, when literally we were trying to get them to have a head start in learning? Because I can tell you, there's many teachers that are not happy that they're actually cleaning kids that have soiled themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that when somebody chooses to become an early childhood educator, and so maybe teacher transfer periods coming up, and maybe that might be a good moment for them to think about a older child. But when we look at the Hawaii Early Learning Developmental Standards, it's not only academics that they focus on. So the standards focus on things such as, let me pull it up. Physical well-being, health and motor development, social and emotional development.
Well, I get that.
Yeah.
I just think about the potty training. I get the rest of that.
Yeah.
I think the potty training. So would you entertain the idea if the child does not enter into their potty train? Because right now, some of these teachers are asking for part-time positions so that they can literally teach the kids that are wanting to excel faster versus stopping the entire lesson or the experience of what they're trying to teach to go and now comfort, because then there's also a part of being embarrassed as well, where the other kids are teasing that one child. So would you entertain the idea if that amendment made that the child needs to be potty trained?
Personally, no. And the reason why is when we look at developmental continuum, being able to manage your body and be able to communicate and express your needs is just as important as academics. And those are actually the skills that can actually transfer all the way up into adulthood. And so if we're going to limit based on developmental ability, it would actually open the door to say, okay, if you can't really talk in complete sentences, then maybe you should not be in school. Maybe, you know, so I think it's very similar.
That's different.
I guess my question would be then, would you go in there and teach at that level?
Of course, yes.
Or maybe you should try it for a few months and see how you like it, because I'm gonna tell you now, a lot of these teachers are really struggling. They're struggling to get just through that portion of China, and as much as of them that are there, they love to teach and they're gonna do whatever they can, but it's putting a strain on trying to move this program forward. And this is a great program, but trying to have to deal with the potty training part has made it really difficult.
And so we do have early learning state office teachers that can be a mentor. So if you tell me the school, then we can kind of wrap around additional support for them. And one other thing, though, just to let everybody know, we did have children who were not potty trained when we had a only 4-year-old program too.
But shouldn't we? I mean, where does responsibility of the family and the parents come in?
Yeah.
Because some of these things, it's like, they're just giving it to the state. So there's no incentive for the families or the parents to teach the children because they think, oh, just send them to school and they'll teach them. So there has to be some responsibility by the families.
I'd like to share one potty training story that actually came to me from the Homeless Concerns Liaison.
Okay.
And so homelessness is one
Can I stop you
category.
right there? Okay. I know there's going to be exceptions to this, but as an overall, I think there has to be, and that's a problem I think that we have with government trying to be all things to all people, that there has to be responsibility by the parents. And we have to encourage that kind of family growth and family values. It's like they're dropping the child off and putting the responsibility into the teachers. And I hear that all the time for the teachers. It's really, some of it is shouldn't be their responsibility. And that's why we're having harder and harder times finding people and keeping them in these positions. So I hope that's something that you folks will consider, because as you take them younger and younger, it's going to be the teacher could be there having to clean up children throughout the day. If the whole class is not potty trained, then what do you do?
Well, then at some point though, I'm not sure where a parenting class comes in though, because that's what it sounds like.
But that's a natural part of parenting about potty trained and hygiene, and that's something that.
And discipline and learning.
I don't know. What I hear from some of the human service providers is that the parents also need to be trained in parenting.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be the state's responsibility. Yeah, it should be.
I'm not saying it's their job to parent.
Yeah.
The children cannot be then burden on and the other students from there.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm asking her if she.
No, it's an important question. Because what do you do if nobody does it then?
Yeah.
The child is gonna have
You know,
be set back.
Yeah.
So it's just, how do you balance this with ensuring that there's family involvement and kuleana? Because I agree with, I mean, we can't expect government to do everything. But at the same time, you're wondering, if I don't take care of this individual child now, what's going to be the ramifications? And this is a much larger question than just this, because I think you're right. It's just government in general. What's government's role?
We're just more worried that,
Accidents, of
yeah.
course, we're not saying
Yeah.
that completely, there'll be accidents, but the fact that if a parent feels like, oh, I don't have to train my child to potty train, let the school teach them, let the preschool teach it.
Really the teacher's not being paid enough. Like how much more, which is why the comment by the teachers is, hey, we're gonna sign up for this, but we're gonna get paid more. I mean, those are the things I'm hearing when I go to the school, because my son goes there. And I told my daughter, either you potty train the kid or you just send the kid to school. Do your job, if not, not have the kid. There has to be some kind of ownership. But when I hear when teacher tell me, Lynn, stressing out, now, what if the teacher now leaves the kid on the side? Just ignore the child. Kid cannot defend himself or herself. So I'm trying to figure, where do you guys and what role you guys play in making sure that don't happen? Because the next request was, we need a PT. It's like, whoa, whose budget that coming out of? Which is why I'm like, hey, you get extra money for all these classes that if those teachers request it, you don't have that kind of resources, and neither are you asking for it.
But should government be hiring people that's going to
Yeah.
just be cleaning up somebody's child because they're not potty trained? It's a big question.
I mean, easy to sit behind and push pepper. That's why I never became a teacher, because I don't have the patience. Yeah, like I don't have the patience, But I feel for them when they're telling me we're having a really hard time, and where do we get help as a teacher that didn't sign up to do the potty training part? So if I let you know which school it is, do you have the resources to give them a part-time position?
Well,
budget
we'll
for it?
assess the situation first.
Yeah.
So, yes, so what we're doing is we're taking a look at the classrooms. We're looking at how many 3-year-olds are in each classroom, how many children are not potty trained, because some of the children are called not potty trained, but they're actually in pull-ups. And so, our whole early learning team has been taking inventory of this, because this is the very first time we've ever had 3-year-olds. But as I said before, we also did have 4-year-olds that were not potty trained before either. And so, but we are taking a look at that, and we're going to make some kind of I would say like a rule or a policy that if you have X amount, then we can offer like some kind of PTT assistance or what have you. But we're trying to assess this year. But they do have a mentor. They do have mentors, and they do regularly convene with teachers and their professional learning communities. And they have opportunities to bring these up and learn strategies from other people as well.
Do you have any kind of guidelines to the parents to say, it's highly recommended that they be potty trained, or, and if you got to have some kind of incentive for them to at least begin to potty train to a point. If you're silent on it, then they just figure, no need. You send them to school, they can learn how to potty train at school. Right? No, wrong?
Sorry, but you know why I have a hard time with this? We're in a day and age that a children is getting abused, and we don't find out till later that there was abuse in elementary, whether it's a teacher, student, custodian, whatever, we don't find out. But now we're gonna have a teacher, a classroom, putting somebody down, opening their diaper or whatever, pull-ups and pull them down, while other people, we don't know, I don't know what kind of facilities you guys have for do this, but I think we're looking at a lawsuit waiting to happen when it comes to that. It should be, you want your kid to get that education at age 3, potty train them. That's the incentive of the parent. It shouldn't be government doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's coming to a fine line of safety, and then later on we find out 5 years down the line that somebody want to touch my kid inappropriately, and then we get sued. And you gotta say it doesn't happen, and not gonna happen to my kid, because it happens. It does. So, that's another thing. So what if one kid will make number 2 3 times in a row? Teacher frustrated, pinch his cheeks, slap his butt. How are we gonna know that? That's the kind of stuff. They're educators. That's what they're supposed to be getting paid for, not for change diapers. I'm totally against them going to school if they're not party trained, period, because that's a liability. Because I'm telling you, like she just said, they're already frustrated. They try to educate a young 3-year-old, right? Not saying all of them is in the same boat, but like you said, some 4-year-olds already were still messing their pants. So where we draw a line is government on being babysitters, professional babysitters, and paying for somebody's kid to use the restroom in their diaper, and there's no incentive. The incentive is you get your kid potty trained, that should be the requirement. Your kid is potty trained and they can come to school, fine. But if they're not, they should not be the burden on government to change the diaper, hoping that we can educate them for help to maybe not mess their pants. That's not their job. That's not our job. So if they want to go early learning and they want their kid to start at 3 years old, and be a very, very good student, fine. Out of that is being potty trained. Is changing the diaper thing. So are we providing the diapers or the parents?
Both.
We already had hard time putting money in every single classroom and school and state, and now we're just lighting the diapers out there.
Well,
Wow.
maybe your board can have a conversation about it. And then get back to us on where they think the policy should be. Okay, any other questions?
Just one question, when we met with you, you were talking about the pathways to get more teachers in, and with the College of Education, the community college, where is that? And can we get more teachers? That's where the need is.
Well, part of it, the discussion was, do they all need a bachelor's, right? Because we talked about AA or CTE certificate and creating the pipelines.
Yeah.
And that there were different standards for different schools.
Yes. So let me back up to the first thing. So opening up the pathways. So one of the things that's really good about the educator stipend program is that we also opened it up to include PACE, which is a different type of a pathway through the community colleges. And we also—
What is that standard? What is it? No, just tell me what it is. What does it do?
Can I get it to you?
No, what's the program about then?
Oh, so basically, so what's required is a child development associates. And so what it does is it breaks up the child development associates requirements into smaller chunks. And so therefore people who are working can take like one part of a 3-credit course at a time. So they can take a 1 credit, a 1 credit, a 1 credit, and it'll eventually end up to be a 3-credit course. And so it works for people who are working and maybe trying to change into a new profession. Or another option is that we're offering credit by exam. And so this is a recommendation out of UH and Lyric Community College. So there's some people who possess certain kinds of experience and competencies, and how can we reward them for that as well? Then we also know that the University of Hawaii system is also creating a new pathway in addition to Chaminade and HPU. So those pathways are opening up. And the other thing that we are looking at is I recently had a conversation with the Department of Education, taking a look at their teacher CTE programs. And so what we spoke about is the alignment between secondary schools that already have preschools on their campus, whether it's from Head Start or Early Childhood Special Education or EOEL, and trying to see if they host a teacher pathway on their campus. And then for those who do already host a teacher pathway on their campus, do they have a preschool on their campus or not for the teachers to do their practicum or get some kind of field experience? And so that's something that we're talking about now in terms of trying to broaden and open the path.
So even at CTE in the high schools, is there a credit, or I'm not credit, but certificate, so that we know that's consistent, and then you can just hire somebody and having a certificate versus everything through? Oh, no.
Yeah, so that portion, so in terms of, so the DOE restructured their CTE pathways. Before there was one for early childhood education, but now it's a little bit broader. It's the titles are now called Learning Support Professional and Teaching as a Profession. And so I need to kind of get in there to see what kind of credentials actually come out of those two pathways, but we're working on that right now. I would like to share though for the stipend program. So what's really been exciting is that when we opened it up in the summer, there were only about 21 applicants. And then in fall, there were 71 applicants. And now for spring, there are 179. So it's growing in interest. And we also know that, you know, the Mu'o scholarship between Chaminade and Kamehameha schools, that filled up really fast. They only have 150 spots. And I think they had well over 300 or 400 applicants.
So the stipend, does it get them into a job? You know, is that pathway clear that it's not just training, but it's getting a job?
Yep, absolutely. So the state approved teacher education program, that piece that includes student teaching component is required for Department of Education. But other types of programs, like private community-based programs, a lot of them require early childhood education credentialing, not necessarily the state type part of it. So the early childhood educator stipend program can fund both of those, as well as the more entry-level positions like a assistant.
So how long is that program?
Oh, this
The training?
child development associate is literally 3 classes.
Oh,
Yeah.
and it's how long is the class?
It can take
Like
however
what
long
is
it
the
can take.
term? I mean, you know, like how long is the course?
Well, if you go the PACE route, it's going to be as quick as you finish the courses, but you can maybe 3 semesters if you took one at a time.
And at the end of that, you can get into a position as an assistant.
Education assistant position, yes. And then if you wanted to continue, our stipend program can help you continue to a bachelor's and to a master's as well. And some people want to become an assistant to a teacher to a director in one of our community-based programs. And then also in the DOE system, they can be an education assistant to a teacher.
So the pre-K 55 classes
Yes.
that you have, is that open? Are you grooming them for taking on these classes as they get built, or how does that work in terms of moving them in, having people trained already to go when the classroom gets built?
Yeah, so what's actually kind of interesting is I work with the Hawai'i Teacher Standards Board, and we have a list of people who are already within the department that have that state approved teacher education program credential that, but maybe are not sitting in one of those positions. And it could be because there was no public pre-K in that vicinity. And so now that it's opening, we do have principals telling us that they have interested people who want to be in the positions. And they also have interested education assistants that want to be in the position. So we're helping them get registered for the child development associates for those education assistants so that they can move them into the position and interview and then move when the opportunity comes up for them.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just on
Senator
the
Kim?
travel.
Mhm.
So, we have amount 28,000. Is that for that many for 6 specialists that travel inter-island? Is that what it's for?
Yes, our early learning state office teacher team, including Ku'ule, who's the educational administrator of that, and they do travel back and forth to
Okay,
each
so
neighbor island.
that's the lump sum for
Yes,
all of them.
all of them.
Okay, I thought that's what it was. I just wanted to clarify.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we're gonna recess. What time do you think they're gonna meet up? Or just? Okay, we'll just recess subject to the call of the chair. And once we have an indication of when DOE can come downstairs, we'll give everybody at least a 10-minute notice. Okay, recess. Okay, so reconvening the joint committee, we're going to reschedule the rest of DOE for this Thursday, January 18th, 1 p.m. in this room. Okay, adjourn.